Welcome, everybody, to TISM Thursday.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
All right, I think we're here. Are you here, Karis?
I am.
All
Is
right.
my video still working?
Yes, it is. I can see it. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Welcome, everybody, to TISM Thursday. I'm your host with the most chromosomes, G-Kami, joined finally by Karis, who's been a little bit absent lately and is going to be absent once again for the next couple weeks. So that's great, but at least he's here now.
Yep, I'm like a rare collectible that gets rented out every so often, but I'm glad to be here.
You're a prostitute?
No comment.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm
This is
not.
the droid you're looking for.
Is that what we call prostitutes now? We call them droids? I mean, shit. I know that they got a lot of different, like, terms to try to get around the feds and the cops and shit, but droids, I guess, is one I would not expect. So, GG on that one.
Give it time. Give it time. There's going to be droid prosties somewhere within the next 5 years. They'll be rented out by Waymo or something.
Please don't remind me of what kind of dystopian future we have ahead of us. God damn it. Why you gotta remind us of the existential dread that is on our way within probably the next 20 years? God damn it. Speaking of, apparently, did you hear that we just went through the rapture?
We did? Finally?
Apparently we went through the rapture. I mean, I didn't get the fucking memo, but that's what I've been hearing. If we look at, let me just pull up the web browser. Apparently it's not up. There it is. Apparently there was a rapture. Nobody messaged me about it. Nobody informed me about it. But regardless, here we are. I saw this from Yahoo News. I don't know who the fuck still uses Yahoo News, but it exists. It says why people on TikTok, of course it's fucking TikTok, why people on TikTok think the rapture is coming and that the world is ending this week. Now this is obviously a little bit outdated because it's already happened, but it's fun to look back on it because I saw people referencing this, and at first I was like, what the fuck are you guys talking about a rapture? People are like, I survived the rapture. I'm like, what are you motherfuckers talking about? What rapture? Nobody messages me about the rapture? Huh? Hey, DG, how you doing, by the way? It says a South African pastor says Jesus Christ himself delivered the news. Oh, yeah? How? Snail mail? P2P? Like, what was he using? Was it RIC? Or whatever?
I don't remember the hell, but yeah, it was like a 3-letter messenger or something. I don't know so much if it was Jesus Christ as much as it was Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. He was on a drug-fueled fucking rampage or some kind of schizophrenia. But the article says, the rapture is here. That is, according to worshipers on TikTok. People are convinced that the end of days will take place between September 23rd and September 24th, and have decided to prepare accordingly. The phenomenon stems from the evangelic Christian belief that Jesus Christ will return to earth and ascend to heaven with only his truest believers, leaving the unsaved behind to endure God's judgment for 7 years. Why specifically 7 years? Okay. The September 23rd and September 24th dates are courtesy of South African pastor Joshua McCluck. What the fuck name is this? Makela. I don't fucking know. I probably just offended.
It's a variation of.
I just offended all of South Africa, but that's fine. Yeah. Sarah McLaughlin came down and said this, who claimed in a YouTube video from earlier this year that Jesus Christ told him that is when the world is ending. While predictions of the world ending are anything but new, Christians on TikTok who've come across McLaughlin's sermons seem to wholeheartedly believe him. And it turned into rapture talk. Man, why does anybody still believe this dumb shit, bro? How many more times is some whack job in a church gonna be like, the end of days is coming, the world is ending? Like, Jesus, mother of God, does anybody remember 2012? The Mayans prophesized that the world will end because the Mayan calendar. I mean, they had fucking documentaries on the History Channel or whatever. We had a whole ass fucking Hollywood film called 2012. Like, how many more times is this gonna happen?
As many times as there are suckers and scammers, unfortunately. Since let's just go back 1,000 years. I think people want the end of the world to happen just so they can be right. Which,
I mean,
if that's your goal in life, I'm sorry for you.
I'm gonna be honest. True. I think the world should have ended a long time ago. Especially with how things are going. Shit, that wouldn't be really a bad thing. I think we need to hit the reset. Jesus is going.
He's dying.
Jesus is shoving himself down my throat. Anyways,
he is. Oh boy.
I guess that was the rapture. You didn't tell me the rapture was in my throat. God damn. But God damn it! Now I lost my train of thought. Something. Yeah, something about rapture talk. Reset button. I think we should hit the reset button a long time ago, but unfortunately, it just doesn't come true. Every time that they prophesize it, it doesn't come true.
Nope.
And as DG said, if the Mayans can't get it right, then who can? It will happen until they get it right. I guess, yeah. Eventually, I guess technically the law of averages, they're gonna have to be right eventually, right? I mean, a clock is right twice a day, right? Or something like that.
Yep. Broken clock is right 2 times a day.
Yeah. So eventually, maybe they'll get it right if they just keep predicting long enough. But I don't know why we keep doing this. Like, what is there to gain from it?
It's that special feel. You know that feeling, and I brought this group up every once in a while. That mindset that flat earthers have, which is they have special information. They're going to endow you with that information. It's the same shit here that many priests do. They have all the special insight knowledge from Christ himself, and they are going to bless you with their knowledge if you pay $14.95 plus shipping and handling.
3 easy payments of $14.95. I can save you. I can save you from the rapture if you give a small donation to my church. I wouldn't doubt if that's partly part of it, but I don't know, man. This is just dumb as hell. And of course, it's happening on TikTok nowadays. Like, TikTok is such a damn cesspool. So now it's turned into fucking rapture talk and shit. Obviously, unfortunately, it didn't happen. My theory is that 2012 actually did happen, but just not the way we think. You think it's a coincidence, Karis, that everything has seemed to gone to shit ever since 2012?
Hang on 1 second.
Oh no, the rapture's coming for him. The rapture's coming, boys. The rapture's into his doorstep. Wonder if their prediction has to do with the aliens they say are coming. Shit, I don't know if that's really a rapture. You know what would happen if the aliens came? If the aliens come, so will I.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I had to.
You talking to Jesus
take
Christ?
That bit of information. Yeah. What was your question to me? Do I think the end of the world has happened?
Oh, I was saying, if you think about it, game theory here. If you think about it, maybe the rapture did happen in 2012, but just not in the over-the-top way that we thought it did.
You know, something shifted in the 2010s, and it might have happened in 2012. I don't know if we got... I don't know if interdimensional leakage happened the way that some people think, but it's possible we might have got hit with some like stupid juice or something, and we're really just like passed out on the floor in some massive drug binge thinking the end of the world happened, but it's really 1995. Who knows?
I mean, that would be a much better outcome, actually, to be completely honest. Like I said, like you were saying with the fucking sex robots, with where we're going, I think maybe the rapture wouldn't be so bad. We're not on a good trajectory, at least in my opinion, my humble opinion from a retard on the internet. We are not on a good trajectory, so I don't know if the rapture would be such a bad thing. But regardless, I I don't know how many more times. I mean, when's the next rapture prophecy going to be foretold? How long? It happens once every couple of years. Some nut job says the world is ending, and then we're sitting here like, okay, I'm waiting, looking at my watch, I'm putting it on my calendar. Come on, hell and brimstone. I'm waiting.
2049.
2049. All right, put it on your calendar, boys. We just prophesized right here on TISM Thursday. Karis Game has prophesized that in the year 2049, the world is going to come to an end. Jesus Christ will bestow upon us his angelic testicles and shaft.
Because it won't be 2042. That's when the Great War will start. But when the world ends, I think will be 2049.
Okay, well, I'll jot that down. We'll return back. We'll put a little pin in this and come back to this in how many years is that from now? That's like 24 years from now. So I'll see y'all in 24 years while I'm getting sucked off by a sex prostitute robot.
Speaking of pastors shouting just nonsense, did you ever see the video of the guy who made a Facebook account and pretended to be Joel Osteen and had gotten people asking for prayers? But like, this guy made a video where he's one of those people that he makes accounts, parody accounts of actual legit accounts, and just starts spewing off bullshit. And he made one of Joel Osteen, and someone had sent him like, oh, can you please pray for like my dog or something? And he responded as Joel saying, I'm sorry, but you've run out of your allowance of 3 prayers. Please pay this amount to such and such to renew your membership for 3 prayers a month. He's just like going off, and apparently it made headlines to where the actual Joel Osteen had to make a statement saying, this is not me. I am not this person. This guy is like, he does these clever little things where he'll pretend to be a major institution or corporation and just do these little trolls to where the actual institution or corporation has to come out and say, oh, we're not being douchebags, people. Please stop accusing us. It's fucking hilarious.
Nah. That was a cope. That was actually Joe Osteen. He's got to get another Ferrari. He can't have enough. He needs another Ferrari for when the next hurricane hits, so he can get out of town and not help the people of the town. Because, you know, fuck the city of Houston, apparently. The only good thing that the city of Houston still has is what? Mattress Mac? That's about it. At least Mattress Mac is holding the ship down until he dies.
That, no. What's his name? The guy who looks like he literally has a demon in his eyes. Can't remember his name.
Kenneth Copeland? He's not.
Yes,
he's not in Houston. I don't think.
Well, he probably isn't in Houston, but he's got demons in his eyes. You look at that guy, like he got possessed by
the city of Houston doesn't need him. Okay, there's already bad enough people in the city of Houston. Keep them out of there. It's not just a tube full of demons. Houston is a whole goddamn city full of demons. Have you been to what's the fucking red light district called over there? I forgot. Brandon Buckingham did a video where he visited the most notorious like red light district of Houston. It was pretty bad.
It has a name?
Of course it's got a name. You gotta name your places. How are you supposed to know how to give directions? Be like, hey yo, I'm looking for some crack rock and some $5 head. I got the place for you, buddy.
I know if you want to go to like the most notorious sundown town, you go to Vidor, Texas.
Hey, you know, it's almost like you read my mind because you know that was in the Google Doc. I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole earlier this week because I randomly had a video pop up in my recommended feed where a guy was talking about.
Oh boy,
he ended up in a sundown town in Illinois. I don't remember if he even gave the name of the place, but he somehow ended up in some kind of sundown town. And he talks about the story of how he stopped at like a gas station and instantly the vibes were really off or something. And he went to try and buy some snacks. And the cashier essentially lied, say, oh, this is cash only, even though there was a card reader right there. and was like giving him like warning eyes, and he ended up hightailing it out of there. And then later when he was driving up the road, he had some van tailgating him, flashing their high beams at him for like a long time until he finally shook him loose. But then it led me down another rabbit hole of looking up Vidor, Texas, because I've heard about Vidor, Texas. Never been there. I guess I wouldn't really be one of the people that would be in danger in Vidor, Texas, for better or for worse. But I've heard about the stories. I've heard about the reputation that Vidor, Texas has. So I was watching the video. This group of like 3-4 guys went to Vidor to, because I hear that's the most racist place in like America, or at least in Texas, right? So they go there, and they just start trolling the fuck out of the citizens. They're like asking them to sign a petition to move 5,000 black people into Vidor, and some people sign it, some people give responses that you kind of see. There was like some guy outside of an AutoZone. He's like, "Oh no, we don't want to move them inwards in here." And and they go to like a supermarket, and there's some other guy who at one point makes a comment about hanging people, and there's some interesting characters, to say the least. And then they go to a Vidor flea market and try to sell LGBTQ stuff. So they're like selling like trans flag, rainbow flag stuff, pictures of Obama, pictures of George Floyd.
Oh wow.
and then they go for the ultimate troll on the town. They buy billboard space at a bunch of billboards in the area, and they put on the billboards, "Vidor loves black people." And it instantly starts getting talked about on like local Facebook groups. And then like they're like showing pictures of this guys, and like, this guy, like, watch out for these guys, blah blah blah. And I was like, holy shit, these guys, this town of like, I think like how many people is in the town? I would like to say it was maybe less than like 5,000 people. It's not a very big town. But they were trolling this fucking town, and it was hilarious.
It's amazing.
Yeah, because Vidor used to be a sundown town. I don't know if you technically any town is officially a sundown town, because I looked it up. I was wondering exactly what a sundown town was. Apparently, it was a way to get around, like, because obviously civil rights was passed in like the 60s and stuff like that. But then we had Jim Crow laws, and some places were like, okay, well, we can't legally segregate. So this is what we're gonna do. This is our little loophole here, okay? So we're gonna have our town, right? But at sundown, and apparently this is a real thing, some of these towns would like ring a bell to signal, hey, the sun's going down. The undesirables, you better, get out of our sight. Don't let us see you after sundown. And apparently that's still a thing now, where after sundown, you're not welcome. We don't want to see your face.
Yeah. There was a truck driver. He was black, and he was doing like a video.
I saw that.
And he's talking about how he's just doing his normal load run, and the guy who's receiving the load is like, why don't you just leave the trailer here and book it? Like, sun's going down. And I don't think he knew about the sundown town at the time, and then he's driving through, and like he starts getting weird looks, and it's like he screams his rig out of there before anything can happen.
Was that Vidor?
It was in Vidor, I think.
Nice.
And I think it was like the first time that he delivered. He was a trucker, obviously, and I think it was the first time he delivered that town. He's just doing his normal thing. He didn't know anything about the reputation, and then the guy receiving is like, you might want to just leave your load and go, because like sun's going down. Like Hulk.
Yeah, I was about to do the Hulk reference. The sun's getting low.
Yeah.
Except that instead of turning into fucking Bruce Banner, they're turning into the Hulk.
Yes, they are.
On the
Everyone's
undesirables, as they would see it. I'm just like, God damn, I didn't know that this shit still existed. I know that big shocker, racism still exists. Oh man, headlines, boys, racism still exists in the year 2025. But I didn't think that whole ass towns still practice these kind of things in modern year. I mean, obviously they probably don't do like the bell and, you know, the theatrics of the, you know, historics of sundown towns, but it's more of a untold rule.
I think it was a lot easier until the last 5 to 10 years, where now you can literally just pick up your phone, record something, throw it up, and it'll go viral saying, hey, this town does X thing. Whereas I think maybe prior to 2010, you could keep that shit a lot more under the rug and just have it kind of be weird rumors, but no one's able to verify it. Well, now you just drive through and you can film 30 seconds and post it up. People are like, oh yeah. And you get another and get another. And then, well, now the reputation is out. Everything's out of the bag. You can't put it back. So I think now it's a lot harder to do that kind of thing.
I find it ironic that Vider is like the sundown town, because if you're not local to the area, then you wouldn't know. Because I've been to Beaumont. I will tell you right now, Beaumont is very black. As somebody who attended college there, it's very black in Beaumont, Texas, and Vider's not that far around the corner from Beaumont. So I don't know. I find it funny, I guess you could say. But another ironic thing is, and this is something that I've had that pisses me off to no end. I've had people be like, wait, you're from Texas? Isn't that the racist state that like strings gay people up by the trees and takes trans people and shoots them in the street? I'm like, what part of Texas have you been in? What kind of part of Texas you been in? Last time I checked, that don't be happening here. You want to know the ironic thing? Most of the sundown towns are in the Midwest. They're up in like Illinois and shit. Look at a map. There's a map of where. In fact, let me pull up the map here. Let's see, sundown town map.
This I didn't know about. Wow.
Let's see. Does this show? Here's the map of where a lot of the sundown towns are. Look where the most of the dots reside. Midwest.
Jesus.
They look at all this. They're all up here. Yes, there's some down here in the Texas area, but look how many are up here in, what is this state? God, there's so many here that I can't even click on them. I can't even click on with how many there are. I like this name, Assumption, Illinois.
How dare you assume?
Hannah, Shelbyville. They got a lot of what's the darker the red, the more likely that
Pocahontas? Oh jeez.
Pocahontas, of course, a name a town named after Indians somehow ends up being a sundown town. That's actually kind of weirdly ironic. Then you look down here in like the Texas area, you got Comanche, Texas, of course, another one named after Indians. I'm starting to feel like there's like a Highland Park, Sunnyvale.
There's a
Alba,
theme going on here.
Grand Saline,
Idris Elba, Texas,
Lakeview, De Leon. There's the Comanche, Hamilton County. I don't even know how to say that one. Scurry County, Big Spring, not Spring, but Big Spring. Guess there's two. Yeah, there's a few notable ones in Texas, but Jesus Christ, if you go up here, they're everywhere. Now, obviously, this doesn't mean that all of these are currently sundown towns. Maybe some of these might have been sundown towns at some time or another, and they might have.
Someone had a bad experience and marked it.
Hell, there's even some over here in Cali. Look at that. What happened to California? Look how many dark red we have over here. There's a lot for California. It's not too bad. It looks like
Go to Portland.
Where is Portland?
Zoom in on Portland, Oregon, northwest. I want to see like
Where the? Oh, there it
because
is.
I got to deal with that. Oh, what's that south of Portland? Milton? Oh, we don't care about
Yeah,
that.
we got Milton. We got Eugene. What kind of fucking town name is Eugene? Eugene.
Oak Ridge, General.
Coos Bay.
There's a dots.
Florence.
Coos.
Toledo.
Actually, I can attest to that one. I've worked in Toledo. There's barely any people outside of Whitey's there.
Damn.
It's a mill town.
Salem,
Like
of
they
course,
have
of
a
course,
paper
of
mill.
course. Salem is a sundown town. What man? Big shocker. Yeah, there's a what's the state that has the least? It looks like. Looks like Wyoming doesn't have a
Wyoming,
lot.
because there's fucking nothing.
I'm about to say there's nothing there. That's not really fair. There's nothing there.
I helped put in the fucking airport. So yeah, they're not big enough to have.
What's
that
down here?
many
What's down
sundown
here near
towns
the?
yet.
What's down here near the coast? Wonder. We got Moulton, Santa Fe. Really? I feel like I've been there.
There you go.
Phillips, Texas. Even San Jacinto City. Pasadena. Wait, Pasadena is considered sundown? Possible, at least? Highlands? Highlands is... Wait, there ain't no goddamn way that Highlands is fucking considered... What? Ain't no way! I've been there!
That's why I'm thinking some of these, like the possibles, are just bad experiences from a handful of people.
Cut and shoot. Yeah, that sounds about right for a place called that. Curvin, Killeen, Capurus Cove.
How often is this updated, I wonder?
I don't know. But very interesting. Blacktown or Township. Hey, there's Black Towns? Or Township? New Africa. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, shit, with a name like that, I'm shocked. New Africa.
Is that the city that, like, a group of black women bought the land for, like, I don't know, few $100,000 with the goal of making essentially Wakanda? They raised like a bunch of funds. This was a thing. Like, there's articles on this. These women bought this land and they raised a bunch of money, made a camp, and then after a year they just burned through all their money and now the land is like non-existent. I might be thinking of some other place. But there's YouTube videos interviewing the women saying, yeah, we're essentially gonna make like Wakanda. It's gonna be like prosperous. We're gonna make, black owned businesses and make houses. And like people were they were curious to see what would happen.
Says a black separatist organization, the Republic of New Africa with a K, was born in 1968 when 500 black nationalists met in Detroit. The RNA's avowed purpose was to culturally and literally separate African Americans from mainstream American culture and to set up a new nation consisting of 5 states in the South: Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, and South Carolina. Obviously, that didn't pan out. The 1968 Detroit Conference chose outspoken black nationalist Robert Williams to serve as the RNA's provisional president. As head of the Monroe, North Carolina chapter of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, he had advised his constituency to use weapons to defend themselves against racial violence. Williams had fled the United States in 1961 following allegations that he had kidnapped and robbed a white couple. Of course, because violence always solves everything. After several years of self-imposed exile in Cuba and China, that's one hell of a place to go for him. Okay. Last time I checked, I don't know if China is the most welcoming to whatever. That's a whole sundown country. Williams returned to the United States. Interesting. Nice history you got there, Mississippi. Very, very interesting. I thought that was in Georgia. Apparently not.
There's probably some in Georgia, but
yeah, but I just find it ironic because everybody says Texas is the racist state. But I'm like, I don't know. There's a lot in Illinois.
There's a lot of little dots, but there's a lot of red dots too.
There's a lot in Illinois and Indiana. Hell, look, where's Alabama? Where's Alabama? Alabama don't even got that many. I thought this was gonna be Mobile, Alabama for a second, but no, it wasn't. It wasn't Mobile. I mean, Mobile seems like a place. Trust me, I went through Mobile, Alabama. As you know, almost fucking got pulled over for the first time ever in Mobile, Alabama,
Yeah.
and those cops gave me some weird vibes. Luckily, I am of whiteness, so I came out on top on that one. But you know,
They held the little graph up and they compared you to the color tones. Oh, he's good.
yeah, he's good. I don't know, man. They gave me weird vibes. That's all I'm saying. I have no evidence. Orange Beach, Alabama. I don't know. I don't know if we passed through there. We might have. I'm trying to think. We came across the coast. Maybe. I don't think we passed through Orange Beach. Anyways, yeah.
Texas is not that sundown of a town. There's got a handful, but you look up a little to the top right, you see this big outlier that nobody really wants to talk about.
Because it doesn't fit their narrative.
Texas needs to be racist, and
they want to see that. They want to say that the South is the most racist place because of the Confederacy. But I'm like, I don't know. Let's look at the Midwest for about a second here. Was the Midwest part of? Well, was
no, they were part of the Union.
Illinois was part of the Union. Well, that makes it even worse.
Oh, well, assuming that that Illinois was actually established at the time, because some of this shit was still just regular territories, I think.
Yeah, well, actually, I think sundown towns might have came as a result of Civil War, not civil rights. I think it might have had a little bit backwards because they couldn't have slaves anymore, but they still wanted to be racist. So they're like, well, we can't own slaves, but we can still be assholes. So, you know, this is our little loophole. God, there's so many. Jesus, mother of God.
Some of these look weird. Like, look at what is that? Nebraska? That looks like that looks too specific. It's like someone just literally dotted every aspect of Nebraska.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that
looks
don't
like
make sense.
It looks like a grid.
Unless that's just how that state works.
I don't know. There's not really a lot of things in Nebraska. Do you hear anybody ever talk about Nebraska? It's kind of a nothing state. This isn't accurate. Memphis is predominantly black. Yeah, but that Memphis is part of Illinois, right?
Tennessee.
Oh, yeah. Down here. That doesn't... Just because Vidor is right around the corner from fucking Beaumont, like I said. Like, look, you got Vidor, Texas. Beaumont's not very far. Look where Beaumont is. Beaumont's right here. Very, very black. And then Vidor. And it's also right between, on the way to the border between, not Los Angeles, Louisiana and Texas. And also, Louisiana's very, very black. So, I don't know. It's not...
This would be interesting to contrast against the actual recorded, like, government's demographics of who lives where, and then compare that to see what could possibly be legit and what's somebody just, like, trolling the map kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know how accurate this really is. It's hard to say, but interesting none the least. So, I don't know, be careful out there, especially if you're up in Illinois, man. If you're not of white complexion, I don't know, be careful out there is all I can say. Sheesh, man. Golly.
I'm going to spend...
Dangerous place.
I'm going to spend 3 weeks in Detroit, so...
You're white, though. You're fine. You're probably okay. Maybe. Partially. Maybe if you just keep your head down for a little bit. I don't know. But yeah, that was...
I like how my odds go down every couple seconds.
Yeah, you might be okay. I don't know. It depends, you know. If you give somebody a funny look, yeah, I don't know. We'll pray for you, Carrot. Yeah, we'll pray for you. What we think about you? Yeah, you better hide. Better hide your kids. Hide your wife. Hide your tools in the back of your truck or whatever the hell happened to you that one time you got robbed.
That's where they found them in the fucking trunk of my car by just folding the seat down. They pull out a 70-pound Pelican case one-handed, and it's like, I know how heavy that shit was. You can have it. I don't want to know what drugs you were on.
Fucking speed, meth. I don't know. Whichever one makes you extremely strong. I don't remember which one that is. Anyways, yeah, that was just a little rabbit hole I went down because I don't know why. Just because that one video popped up in my recommended. The YouTube algorithm does some funny things, man. What are you trying to say, YouTube algorithm? What are you trying to say?
YouTube algorithm is always trying to send me down the rabbit hole of the fresh and fit. Oh, you need to hate all women. You need to become a red pill. You need to be an what is it? Not alpha, an omega male?
Omega
Sigma
male.
male. You need to be a sigma male. You need to be I couldn't remember the
yeah,
fucking
you need to beat your
term.
wife.
I apparently, yeah, and every so often I have to clear out my YouTube watch history because the algorithm is just like, it's like a fucking door-to-door salesman, but it's always sitting at the door just waiting to be like, haha, now I can send you all this shit. It's like, no, I don't want to be a sigma male. Those are garbage. And red pillars are filled with incels. I just no. I don't care.
Shocker. But yeah, that was an interesting little rabbit hole. Be careful out there. There's some weird ass places. Have your head on a swivel. Even if you are of white complexion and you aren't in some sundown town, there's some places where you might be targeted for other reasons. So I don't know. Make sure to go to I don't even know how you use it. Tugaloo.edu. I like how it has an edu. Domain.
It's educational.
It's educational. Whoa. This is very educational.
How the hell does one get one of those?
Wait, Miami Beach was.
Can I register?
Wait, you see this? Miami Beach says it was probable as a sundown town. Delray Beach, Palm Beach.
That actually.
Melbourne. I was here. What do you mean? I was here in Melbourne Beach. I was here. I was literally right on this. I was literally driving down this what? I was literally driving down this damn bitch right here. Okay. Interesting. Interesting indeed. I'll have to ask my buddy over there in Florida because he lives in Melbourne. Be like, hey, wait a minute. Why did you move to Melbourne? He is a white complexion. I have some questions to ask you, buddy. I won't say who because I don't want to give out my friends' locations, but I got some questions for you, buddy. Why'd you move to Melbourne?
Oh, Daytona Beach kind of makes sense considering it's
NASCAR?
Like NASCAR redneck capital of the world. Like Jacksonville, however, there's a lot of black people there. So I don't know.
So the opposite is a sun totally uptown.
Sun uptown, yes.
Yeah. All black people must leave at sun up. We don't want to see you during the day. We want you to blend into the night sky. But once the sun comes up, it's like a vampire. You better get your ass inside. All right, boy. Yep. Sun's coming up. Get back inside, there, feller. I would hate for
we wouldn't want you.
Well, I would hate for something to happen to you, boy. God damn. I love that we have such cultural diversity in this country. I love it. Yeehaw, feller. Anyways, moving on from that was just some part of the rapture. This is the rapture right here.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, it's part of the
rapture. Do we know if anyone was taken from the rapture? Is there like empty clothes on the ground, or is that the tripods from the War of the Worlds scenario that we're experiencing?
Oh no, you mean the new one with Ice Cube?
Sure, we'll go with that one. The oh boy, I watched a review of that.
I did too.
I was almost curious, and then I saw the Fanboy Flicks review, and then I thought, I'm glad I didn't go see this. I'm glad I forgot about it. Because damn.
I didn't even know it existed. I was like, who the fuck asked for a new World of Worlds? Like, the original was already good enough.
We've had so many. I didn't know this. When Spielberg's version came out, there were like 2 or 3 other versions that came out that same day. But they were all overshadowed by Steven's version.
I wonder why. Kenneth Copeland's skin suit was found. I wish, man. He's definitely not being brought up to heaven. Ain't no goddamn way. The devil will literally escort him in a Escalade limo straight down to the second circle of hell. That man is getting into the tube full of demons, literally and figuratively. There ain't no goddamn way. I've seen them fingers, them bony fingers tell all. That ain't no man of God, I tell you. But luckily, since we did survive the rapture, there's been a lot of new games that have been talked about, and obviously I'm not going to go over all of them, but there's a couple of highlights. One of them being the Wolverine game from Insomniac. So
it's actually coming out.
Yeah, if anybody didn't know, Insomniac, the one's obviously famous for Ratchet Clank, but more recently the Spider-Man games, which I thought were decent. It seems like there's been like a turn against Insomniac. I don't know why. People seem to not like them making superhero games anymore. I don't know if it's because they're just fatigued with how many Spider-Man games Insomniac has produced, or if they just think the games are generally bad. I mean, from what I've seen on reviews, they all review pretty well. Maybe they're not like amazing or anything after the first one, but like they seem competent. They're not bad games. Maybe it's because people got tired of the stuff like, I don't know, the trans flag showing up. There's literally a mod that got taken down from Nexus Mods that removed all the trans flags from Spider-Man on PC. And then Nexus Mods came in and was like, nope.
That's interesting, because I'm looking at the history. They go back as far as 96. They did the Spyro series.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Spyro. I only know them from Ratchet Clank, okay? Because that was my childhood. Spyro was okay.
They did a lot of that.
I played like one Spyro game. I think it was 3. And it was okay. It was never really my thing. Did Insomnia do Devil May Cry? No, that was Capcom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's completely different studio. But anyways, they were announced to be doing the Wolverine game. And when I heard that, I was like, okay, regardless of maybe some of their shortcomings, they make pretty competent games. So I felt like if anybody can do a decent Wolverine game, it probably would be Insomniac. Their engine, it runs well, it looks good, the combat is good. Maybe some of the other stuff could be a little bit better, but I was hopeful, to say the least. I mean, I'm a big Spider-Man fan. I'm not as much of a Wolverine fan. I think Wolverine's cool though, obviously. But I was just curious to see what Insomniac could do with the Wolverine property, and so here's the gameplay trailer from State of Play 2025. I haven't seen it, so this is going to be a genuine first reaction to it. So if you want to pull, you got my screen share pulled up? All right, let's do this shit. Let's see what old Insomniac has got for us. Captured on PS5.
Longer than I can remember.
Okay, got some brutality.
I'd like to say I'm not a violent man. The trouble just has a way of finding me. But I'd be lying. Doesn't matter where I go. How far I run.
Who's that? I don't know that guy.
Death's always waiting. Just not for me.
Who's that? I don't know these people.
'Cause I ain't no hero.
Yeah, I don't recognize anyone.
Wolverine.
Who the hell is that? Is that Metal Gear?
Metal Gear.
What the hell was that thing? I don't know anything about Wolverine lore, X-Men lore, I guess more specifically. So
Colossus? I don't know.
That wouldn't be Colossus is not that big.
I don't know then, yeah.
I don't know who the fuck that is. Anyways, brutal. I was really afraid that because it's Insomniac Games, that they were going to do a toned down version of Wolverine. Because I mean, Spider-Man's rated teen for teen, right? This is obviously not rated teen for teen. He's dismembering people. He's stabbing them through the face. There's blood and gore going everywhere. The only thing I didn't see is literally ripping people's entrails out. I don't know if they can go that far. I mean, that would be pretty baller, but I don't think we're gonna get that much. So that's a big thumbs up from me. Lots of blood. That's what I expect from Wolverine. So they're going more for like the Logan aspect, or like the Logan angle, instead of the, I guess, the X-Men films that were PG-13.
The thing that really stood out to me, and they say it was captured on PS5. However, 80% of those shots looked like either cutscenes or QuickTime events. I didn't really see any footage of just the camera behind the player and just moving. I saw a lot of like side angles, a lot of the camera.
This was definitely gameplay.
There I go.
It's gameplay, but the camera's moving a lot, which usually happens when you get QuickTime events.
Well, if you ever played Spider-Man, this is actually just how the game plays out, like how the camera moves when you get into like some of the animations. So I'm not really doubting that this is actually how it plays, but like, look at all that blood, man. He's a fucking geyser, which of course he should be. He's getting stabbed with fucking adamantium claws. That's what I expect to happen. I was really
that is impressive to see.
I was really afraid that they were gonna pussy out and be like, no, we're gonna have a more toned down Wolverine for the kiddies.
Well, keep in mind too, this is the state of play trailer. Let's see the first review that comes out, whether or not that shot matches the actual gameplay, because all they need to do in the final cut is just like, remove that blood. So preview, yes, it looks good. Don't change it. Don't tone it down for the release. That's the thing that they need to do. Otherwise, people will get pissed. Like, there's not enough gore.
Yeah, because
I want it to be Outlast.
People want gore. Why do you think people appreciate the Logan film so much? Because aside from being a good film, they like that it's a more brutal portrayal of Wolverine, which makes sense. It's it's literally a character with adamantium claws. You think that's gonna be like happy-go-lucky bullshit? Like, no offense to Spider-Man, but like Spider-Man is known for like not killing people. He doesn't kill people. And he doesn't.
This isn't Edward Scissorhands.
Yeah, and he doesn't stab him in the face with claws. He uses spider webs. Those are usually pretty non-lethal. Although that's kind of why I like the Sam Raimi films, because they were pretty brutal as far as they could go. That is with in accordance with Spider-Man lore. But they were pretty brutal. They really kind of pushed the line with the Sam Raimi films. But regardless, this looks like exactly what I expect from Wolverine. Absolutely fucking brutal.
This kind of, I think back to like the Paul Verhoeven days in the 80s when he came to the US and he did the little stint of films like RoboCop, Total Recall, squibs all over the place. Like the character of Kenny from RoboCop just getting unloaded from Ed 209. Like you rarely see that anymore in modern day. And the Expendables don't count; those were fake. But yeah, this is actually is surprising to see for what's supposed to be a AAA game, I presume. Yeah. Usually you try to keep that tone down because you want the kids to be. No, this is mature. Fuck off with the kids. This is an adult's game.
Yeah,
let the adults have their fun.
I'm really happy to see that they're leaning more toward Logan than they are the X-Men films of old. That's a good choice to make. Other than that, hopefully the story's good. I mean, Insomniac does pretty okay with writing stories. They always have. So I'm not really doubtful that the story will at least be, serviceable. And now the gameplay is probably not going to be anything different than what you're expecting from like a Spider-Man game, right? You're going to run around, beat up bad guys, that kind of stuff. Obviously, you're not going to have like shooting webs and flying around the city, so I'm curious to see how they're going to make up for that lack of mobility. I mean, you saw he had a chopper, but I'm guessing that's looked like maybe only like a thing for like a mission or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't tell if they're going for if they're going to have open world or if this is going to be linear. I can't tell from this
You could
just this
go either
trailer
way.
alone. Does it really say? Does it say if it's going to be? It says explore the Canadian wilderness to Japan in a globe-trotting adventure. So this sounds linear.
That's the exact description for most of the Deus Ex series. You go in globetrotting, but it's like 6 locations that you get to go to. And it all depends on the RAM. What can the RAM do for a city?
I'm kind of glad to see that they're going linear because I feel like we've had enough open world games. The Spider-Man games were fine and everything. And from what I know, the open world was an absolute Ubisoft slop. But like, I think every once in a while, it would be nice to just have a game that you play through and get done with it. Like, we need more of those games. Not every game needs to have 50, 60, 70 hours of content. Like, just give us give us like a good, I don't know, 20. Give us like a good 20 hours of linear content, cool set pieces, good character moments. Give us that. And then we can put it down and be done with it. It might not fit into that live service that all these companies want to go for, but maybe Sony has learned their lesson with live service and is really trying to lean more towards just one and done kind of experiences. I mean, to be fair, they always kind of have, because every time that they try to do live service, they completely fall on their face and make an ass of themselves. But this seems like this is not going to be like open world like Spider-Man. It's just going to be one and done. Maybe they'll find some kind of way to have like hub worlds. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to end up doing, is like some kind of hub worlds. Like, you'll start in this hub world and then this hub world and then this hub world. Maybe there'll be some side content. I don't really know. You can't really gather much from this trailer other than the fact that they're going for very brutal combat, which maybe that's what it seems like what they were really trying to drive home with this trailer, is that, hey, don't worry, this is going to be a brutal as fuck Wolverine. And also they have his classic look. They have his classic color scheme. So that's cool.
With the cowl and everything.
Yeah. I've seen some people on Twitter with bad takes. Somebody's like, why is he wearing armor? Because like, if you can't tell, it's not like a skin tight suit. It looks like it's slightly armored. They're like, why does he need to wear
That's
armor?
fine.
He can heal. I'm like, all right, this is how I know you don't know fucking Wolverine lore. And I don't even know that much Wolverine lore, but I know enough to know why that's such a bad fucking take. Wolverine and Deadpool both can heal, but shocker, they feel pain. In fact, they feel the full brunt of the pain. If you shoot them, they feel like they've been shot. Just because they can heal doesn't mean they want to sit there and get stabbed in the face and shot with fucking bullets all day. It doesn't heal instantly. It takes a moment.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't want to get shot. It doesn't really. So it's not really a problem that he's wearing armor.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Not at all. DG had mentioned, speaking of stabbing people, you've all seen Weapons. No, I haven't. I've heard a few things about it. What was the other one? Oh, DG mentioned a non-shitty Vader series. Won't ever happen, because no studio is brave enough to actually take on just Vader.
Darth Vader?
Yeah, like a Sith Fallen Order kind of series. No one will do it. It's too daunting of a task. You essentially need to do Batman Arkham Asylum, but with Darth Vader. Can't do it. It's too complicated, too difficult. Yeah, you'll have to get the balancing right. No studio has the capability of doing that perfectly that does justice to Vader. So instead, you have to make him the villain.
Yeah, I don't see that happening either. I saw what looked like Omega Red, Crossbones, Mystique. Was that Shapeshifter Mystique? Maybe, but I thought Mystique.
Probably.
I thought Mystique is a hero, not a villain. Oh wait, no, she was a villain at first, wasn't she? Yeah. She was
Yeah.
working with Magneto. Why am I forgetting? We literally watched one of the films like not too long ago. I forget which one it was.
I do see there was a shot where Mystique changed, and I have seen some people bitching about the masculinifying of Mystique. What do you want me to say?
To be fair,
What do you-
her version in the X-Men films was very sexualized with what's her fucking face, Katniss Everdeen.
Rebecca.
Yeah.
Oh, before Katniss, you had Rebecca Romaine.
Oh yeah.
And
I mean, they made her very sexy, very very sexy. As much as they could for a PG-13 film, they definitely pushed the bar a little bit. Like she was basically naked, but not naked.
She had coconut coverings that were blue,
basically.
pretty much.
She is basically the Twitch streamers who do body painting. No, don't worry, guys. I'm not actually naked. I have pasties on and I painted my tits. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You can't see my pussy. Don't worry about it. This is family friendly content. But yeah, I guess we'll have to see how this turns out. I'm just glad they're going to be going for that brutal angle. I'm really glad they're not going to pussy out. Thank fucking God. I'm also curious to see. I don't even think we've heard anything else about that Blade game. The people that made
Jeez.
What is it, Dishonored or whatever are making it? I think.
Oh, jeez. Who did Dishonored? Well,
has Cody said why we are seeing wieners and not boobs? Yeah, why are there so many dicks? I want to see tits.
Arcane did Dishonored, I think.
Oh, yeah, I forget who's working. I'm pretty sure that's who's working on Blade. I don't even know if we've heard anything about that Blade game. If it hasn't been canceled already.
Hi, Bonzi.
I know that Arcane had a bit of problems after they came up with that shitty vampire game that was absolute dog shit.
Oh, jeez. I'm kind of discounting it because Blade is being developed in collaboration with Marvel Games. That screams live service to my ears.
No, I think they would have learned their lesson with that vampire game, because that's what happened with that vampire game. I think they wanted to make like a regular like Arcane style game like you expect from Dishonored, or I think they also made Time Loop or whatever it was called. I think that's what it's called, something like that. But I think they were like forced by executives to try to make a different style game, and they just couldn't do it because they're used to making Dishonored and games like that, not fucking live service, whatever the fuck that game was supposed to be. So, shocker, it was an absolute fucking travesty of a game. It was awful. I don't know. I don't think we've heard anything about that. I think we got like a teaser for the game years ago, and I don't think I've heard one thing about it since. So, don't know what's going on with that. I would hope it's gonna be good though, because Blade is also another really cool character that I don't feel like gets enough love. Luckily, he got some love in Deadpool and Wolverine, but you know, because they got the original guy. What's his name? What's the guy that plays Blade?
Well, not just that, but Wesley Snipes was also in the first 3 Blade movies, way before Marvel really, like before Iron Man. You had Blade, and Marvel didn't even think it was gonna. This is before they realized that they could make superheroes. They're just like, oh hey, let's just do this Blade movie, and it'll be kind of cool. And it was fucking awesome. It was cheesy now, considering the time frame. You know, it's like watching.
What's funny is when they kept trying to race swap superheroes and stuff, and I'm like, there's a lot of really cool black superhero characters, right? And Blade is one of them.
Yeah. No one is going to complain that Blade stays black. No one's going to complain. No one's going to ask for a whitewashing of Blade.
Although
we know better.
Although we would prefer if it stays Wesley Snipes though. Because
yes.
I mean, Wesley Snipes is Blade, so
when Wesley dies, let the character die. It's fine.
Who is it that played the? You ever seen that really shitty live action Spawn movie from like the 90s?
Yes, someone put the trailer. it was like a 4K trailer in the other day. Who was that guy?
I remember. I remember they used to
Spawn
play that a lot on like local television, and I remember it just being bad. Like Spawn fans, like the guy that owned my buddy who owns a comic book shop, he'll tell you he's a big Spawn fan, and that movie is a meme to him if you bring it up because it's not good.
It's not good, but it's enjoyable. Like there's effort put into like the people that made the film. They tried to put effort into it. Like the script was all over the fucking place.
I don't even think did he even have his cape? I don't remember if he had his cape.
His cape was there. It was digital. It was like really flashy and digital. But yeah, you had Michael Jai White. You had John Leguizamo, Martin Sheen.
Where was Morja Borja? Where was Morja Borja? Where is he? Who was playing the clown? They had the clown, right? You can't forget the clown guy.
The Violator, that was John Leguizamo.
Yeah. I wonder who Angry Video Game Nerd got, because he did a Spawn video and he had a guy who played the Violator. I wonder if that was the same guy. I wonder if he got the actual dude.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was like Mike Matei. Mike does a lot of those kinds of characters because, well, they're scrapped for cash and we need this character. So Mike,
I don't know. He looked just like the Violator. He even had like the big gut and everything. Like he really looked the part. I mean, I don't know. Video Game Nerd has connections. I mean, he just had Guar on a video just recently, a Mario Paint video. He got Guar. He was at a Guar. Wow. He got brought on stage at a Guar concert, and they killed him on stage. Well, you know, obviously not really killed him. That would be kind of morbid. But he got, air quotes, killed on stage. Pretty epic video, actually. It was bad, and yes, he had the cape. Yeah. A digital cape, though, why? Just give him a real cape. It's not that hard. Just give him a real cape.
It was Justin Silverman as Clown. I don't know who that... Does Justin do the music?
What?
I thought there was a guy named Justin who did AVGN music, but I was looking up
I don't know, maybe. I don't know a lot about the behind the scenes of... Because I've been seeing people say, like, oh, this legendary person that used to be in AVGN has just recently returned. Now the videos are better, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, huh? It's like, I guess I'm really rusty on AVGN lore. I don't really know anything about the inner workings of Cinemassacre. I think I only discovered Angry Video Game Nerd maybe 10 years ago, like literally.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know him in his early years. His videos will just sometimes pop up while I'm sleeping. I'll wake up and fucking some compilation is playing of like full season 5 of AVGN. I'm like, huh?
So Justin Silverman actually has some credentials. He was the creative director for the AVGN games 1 and 2. He also has done a series of TV. He's a producer. He's done some video games. He's done some stuff going back to 2004. So he's got history. But it looks like he's done a handful of things with James. He did the Monster Madness series from 21 to 23.
Giger's trying to take a radioactive battery in his pee hole to give himself superpowers. I don't need to do that. I can just stick my balls in the microwave.
I like how you just responded. So just like, what do you mean? I can just do this.
Yeah.
You've already got that queued up.
Yeah, I'm already ready. Just boil my balls, please. If he dies, better leave me his stuff and cash at me some gas money? No. Yeah, how can I cash app you if I'm dead? Dumbass. Sounds legit. I'll allow it.
He presumes I'll have access to your stuff behind the Denny's once we're done with the podcast.
Joke's on you. With all my 2-factor authentication, you ain't getting shit. Anyways, moving on from Wolverine, another game that got shown was, we're not going to watch the full trailer, I'll just play it in the background with the sound off, but another teaser trailer for Kojima's upcoming game OD. that he's working on, which is basically it's I guess it's gonna be his answer to like a more Silent Hill, you know, a PT kind of game. And you know, as you go through the trailer, I mean, it's pretty much just a teaser trailer showing. I don't really know what it's supposed to be showing because it's not really gameplay.
Geez, it's the same. It's that same engine he likes too.
What engine? I'm pretty sure it showed an Unreal at the beginning of the trailer. So I don't know. The whole trailer, for some reason, is some woman like lighting matches and then lighting up candles while something bangs on the door.
There's an aesthetic that came with PT that maybe the engine at the time. Kojima's choices of aesthetics and engines have always been impressive. Yeah, that's right.
Well, near the end, it comes up to this shot. There's something that they don't show that busts into the room and I don't know, comes up on her or whatever. I mean, obviously it's a Kojima game, so very good facial expressions, very good graphics. I mean, I'm not really surprised.
Is she getting burns as she's sitting there?
I don't know. It's Kojima.
Oh wow.
There's probably a lot that could be said about what's going on. It's Kojima. If you try to overanalyze it, you're gonna hurt your brain.
Probably, yeah.
It doesn't really tell much, but that's just Kojima doesn't like to give away pretty much of anything until like the final moment. Like he pretty much like all those things he showed for Death Stranding leading up to its release was like little tidbits of nothingness. Like he would show like waking up on the beach and a baby and stuff like that. And you're like, what is this game? What is this game gonna be? And Kojima's like, don't worry, you'll find out.
Yep. This actually looks interesting.
Take a drink every time he says Yokohama. I haven't even said Yokohama. I'll just bang your mom then.
He hasn't.
Yeah.
Damn it! I gotta take a drink. He just said
it. Got him. I mean,
son of a bitch.
I'm glad to see that he's making a horror game after he got screwed with PT. Now, here's the funny thing. Here's some backstory. I'm pretty sure it's written or directed or something in collaboration with Jordan Peele.
Okay.
Yeah, so which obviously, if you know Jordan Peele, you know he's made some thriller horror films or whatever, like Get Out and whatnot, which I've seen like some good things about it, some bad things. I think he's made some other films. There seems to be like a very mixed reception about Jordan Peele specifically being involved. I don't know why. Some people don't like Jordan Peele.
People are trying to equate Jordan with Spike Lee because Jordan. He's one of those directors that he's trying to balance black actors not being utilized nearly as much. But I appreciate Jordan's take on it because he's much more just subtle about it. Like Spike Lee would just kick down the door and just say, I'm using only black actors. Fuck y'all. Whereas Jordan's just like, I just want to tell a good story. And oh, hey, here's these interesting people that actually tell the story that I want. And they happen to be black. Like I appreciate that he's not beating his chest, just being like, I'm fucking awesome. Because like, just direct your movies, man. Just write your stories, direct your movies.
Well,
get all black actors.
I think some people are upset also because there is this weird subsection of people that do not like Kojima because he air quotes sold out to Western Hollywood. Because he's like obsessed with like Western Hollywood. Like this is known about him. He's obsessed with actors. He's obsessed with like everything about Hollywood. This is very well known about him. He's never tried to hide that. I'm like, so what? That's what he's into. I mean, it's like how a lot of people in America are fucking obsessed with Japan. He's from Japan. He's obsessed with fucking Hollywood. It's different to him. It's not different to us.
He's the John Woo of video games, and that's fine.
Like he likes Hollywood. He likes just what Hollywood has. It's different than what he's used to in Japan.
You know, you read about what Metal Gear Solid 2 was originally supposed to be, right?
No.
It was essentially 9/11. But then 9/11 happened and they're like, fuck. Like apparently the day of or after it happened, he called everyone into the studio and was like, we got to fucking scrap this game. We cannot do Metal Gear Solid 2 this way. And so they redesigned the whole goddamn game almost from the ground up, minus a handful of things like in terms of assets, but they scrapped so much of the original story because it matched a lot of 9/11. And there's like, shit, we can't do this.
Yeah.
Hell, Deus Ex 1 originally had, people say it was future-proof by 9/11. There's modeling for the two towers, but because of size for the time, they couldn't do the scaling in the distance. So they just yanked the building from existence and just didn't have them there. But like, oh, then 9/11 happened and kind of fixed that problem. So it's like, it wasn't a conspiracy. It was just like shit fucking happened. But yeah, Kojima has been obsessed with the US for a long fucking time. And I don't know if it's a healthy obsession, but it's an obsession, and I don't care.
Yeah.
It's fine.
People are saying the
It
same thing
works
about the
out.
fact that he keeps having Hollywood actors in his games. They're like, it breaks the immersion. I'm like, how? I mean, shit. I mean, voice actor, like, it makes it so much easier because you have actors who can do the motion capture, the face capture, the voice capture, all in one. You don't have to have a separate body capture and voice capture. Like it probably streamlines the process, and he wants to have Hollywood actors, man. I mean, shit. If they do a good job, who the fuck cares if they're an original character or if it's fucking Norman Reedus? I mean, shit. Why is anybody upset that Norman Reedus got to play Sam in Death Stranding? He does a good job. He's a good character.
So.
Like it's not that big a deal. Yeah, it's not the days of like, I don't know, David Hayter. Obviously, he's not Snake in real life. He only does the voice, but like, who cares?
I don't know, man. Like, have you met David in person? He fucking loves that character. I met him in San Francisco because he was there for a week.
But he doesn't look like Snake. You know what I mean?
He could pull the look off. So when the trailer for Delta was released,
so can Cody.
Yeah, but when the trailer for Delta, MGS Delta was released, there was a few still shots that went around, and one person had taken David's face and like AI fit or deep faked it onto Snake. It looked really fucking good. It looked like you could put David in that fucking game and it would work. And I don't know if it had to do with the build or like the size, but like David could play the character. Like he has played the character at like award shows. So he could pull it off. Maybe not now because he is older. Like he's not as young as he was when he did first Metal Gear Solid, but I'm convinced David could pull that off, possibly. You do a seasoned Snake, do an older Snake. He could pull that shit off. And he loves that character. He absolutely he will die with on his tombstone was fucking Solid. Well, no, not that. Was fucking Solid Snake. Yes,
he was solid. In the sentence there, he was solid.
He was solid. Fucking solid. But no, he will go down. He will die being known as Solid Snake. He absolutely loves that character. I was like signing stuff and he yelled over to Cam Clark's booth. He's just like, Liquid, just in Snake's voice. Like he lives that character. It's like, damn.
Well,
he was
another one of the I guess somewhat controversial actors that's going to be playing in OD is our girl Hunter Schafer.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm not
Wait,
opposed.
Is that who that was?
I'm not. No, that was a different woman. I think that her name is.
Okay.
Wait, I think they say names here. Sophia Lillis.
Oh,
I don't know anything about what has she been in. Let's see, Sophia Lillis. I've never heard of her. What has she been in? Let's see. I don't know anything about her.
Oh, she wasn't Midsummer, was she?
She was in.
Oh no,
she was in the new It. She was in that movie doesn't have good reviews, but okay.
Oh, Asteroid City. Okay, that's a Wes Anderson movie.
She's been in some films, not a lot of good ones. A lot of the films she's been in don't have the best reviews, but that's not really her fault.
honestly, if you get chosen by Wes Anderson to be in a film, like you're on the radar. So okay, cool.
I like how now her IMDb has already got the trailer. That didn't take
Of
fucking long.
course.
But so you got Sophia Lillis. I guess I don't know if she's gonna be the protagonist or what. But then you got Hunter Schafer's name here, and this one has obviously sparked a little bit of. I would say it's a minority of people. Not that many people are really doing an uproar, but there's those few people that are like, oh, why the hell are you bringing Hunter Schafer on? They have a penis. I'm like, God, why y'all care, bro? I don't care. She hot as hell.
That's what they're gonna look for the
don't-
entire time.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, did Kojima model the bulge? Although knowing him, he might. Knowing him, he might.
There'll be like the game model, and then there'll be the developer model.
The developer model, yes. That's the Kojima exclusive model. Why isn't Pedro Pascal? Yeah, where's
Yes.
Pedro Pascal? What the fuck, Kojima? Don't you know he's the hottest new commodity? I don't even think Hunter Schafer's been in that many things that I know of.
No.
I think the only thing I hear that she was in was, what was it? Is it Euphoria or something? I think she played
Maybe.
a trans woman in it or whatever. I don't know. Hey, she does well.
Makes
Who the
sense.
fuck cares, bro? I don't know why anybody would even be upset about this. I'm starting to think y'all really making y'all's outrage just look petty at this point. I don't even.
Bitch got a penis.
Yeah, bitch got a penis. Hey, man, shit. After looking at pictures of Hunter Schafer, I don't care what's underneath that skirt. God damn. That's your type, though? You're right. I do like a penis. I wonder what the comments say, though. Can't wait for the main villain to be called Demon Man. It probably will be. He loves having the most on-the-nose names. I mean, what is it? Die Hard Man is the one of the bad guys in Death Stranded, I think.
Wow.
Yeah,
I haven't played it, so I don't know. But
the fact PT is just demo and is regarded as one of the best horror games ever. I'm excited for this. Yeah, it looks like my snake is solid and my hills are silent.
ooh, damn.
God damn. I wonder. I'm just because on Twitter there's been like for some reason mixed reception. I don't know why.
It's Twitter.
Oh, of
There's
course.
no
Here's a
wonder.
good PT quote right here. Dad was such a drag. Every day he'd eat the same kind of food, dress the same, sit in front of the same kind of games. Yeah, he was just that kind of guy. Then one day he goes and kills us all. He couldn't even be original about the way he did it. I'm not even complaining. I was dying of boredom anyway. But guess what? I will be coming back. And I'm bringing my new toys with me. That's a PT.
That just turned.
That's a PT quote. There was
Oh.
there was a part where you're in like this room and there's like literally like a soiled paper bag, and it just starts offing this monologue at you for some goddamn reason. Just literally a brown paper bag starts talking to you. Oh wait, no. Or was it the? No, it was the fetus that did that monologue.
I was
The
gonna
bag-
say that-
the bag did something else. The bag said something, but like the fetus is the one that did this monologue.
I need to go rewatch that video. Markiplier did PT, and I watched it years ago. I don't remember. I remember the fetus. I don't remember the bag.
It's more PT quotes. Don't touch that dial now. We're just getting started.
Damn.
You're still obsessed with what people on Twitter are saying? No, but I do notice it. I'm just like sit there and shake my head like, God damn it. Why never change, Twitter? Never change. They're always the same. It's so cool to see that they hired a typical SCP writer to do the transition text. Huh? What does that even mean? Okay.
Probably an SCP containment breach lore person. I don't know.
I really hope
There's an inside joke
I
there.
really do hope he calls the bad guy Demon Man. That would be right up the alley of Kojima. Like, well, let me see the Death Stranded character names, because they were very much on the nose. Let's see, you have Higgs, MacGuffin, Monaghan, Tomorrow, Sam, BB-28, Lucy Strand, Amelie, Fragile, Neil Vanna, where's all the junk dealer? Well, I'm trying to see where the bridge baby, nice name. Mama, Mr. Impossible, Cliff Unger. Where's the other one? Doctor, Die Hard Man.
So basically, I need to expect a angry Batty McVillain Man as one of the people.
Heartman, Victor Frank. Well, okay, some of the names were just kind of, it's kind of like what was the name of the bitch in Metal Gear Solid 5? Was it Quiet?
I never played that.
I don't
remember.
I think
Someone in the chat, help us.
I think her name was Quiet. I don't know. He likes to sprinkle in some funny names here and there with his games. They're always like right on the nose.
No Onatops. Onatops.
Metal Gear. I don't know who this Udo Kier is, if that's an actor that's gonna be playing in it or whatnot. Never heard of that person, but it's Kojima. We still don't know a damn thing about the game. We'll find out when it releases eventually. It's being published by Xbox Studios though. This one's not with PlayStation, which is interesting. Some people have said like every other studio didn't want to publish it for some reason. I'm like, who in their right mind would ever turn down Kojima?
Probably because they called what the fuck is his old studio that shafted him? I can't. Konami. They probably called Konami, and Konami's like, no, he's terrible. Don't use him. And then Xbox is probably the one that said, we actually need you because our studios are shit right now.
Some people tried to say that Konami actually was in the right because Kojima was, trying too much and was a pain in the ass to deal with. I'm like, shit, I would deal with Kojima. He's a money printer. Even when he makes games that are divisive like Death Stranding, he still has a cult following that will buy the games. Even though Death Stranding is a very divisive game where you'll see people like, I can't see why anybody would want to play this goddamn game. All you do is walk around and deliver packages. I'm like, yeah, I don't think you get that that's kind of the appeal. It's not just running around delivering packages. It's running around delivering packages in a Kojima-made world.
Yeah. We're in a time where we're not playing, when it comes to these kinds of games, we're not playing a game because it was released by this studio. We're playing the game because the fucking creative director's name it's like, you go to a John Carpenter movie because John fucking Carpenter's name is on the goddamn title. We didn't play Half-Life because, Gabe Newell founded the Valve. We went because like this creative person, well, it probably was actually Gabe Newell. That was a bad example, but like who's the creative director for Batman Arkham Asylum? No one fucking knows. You know who the creative director is for the Metal Gear Solid series and for this. Like, Kojima is a household name because of what he is for. He's essentially the Stanley Kubrick of video games. There's not many creative directors that have built a reputation that Kojima has. And the fact that he is like this tight on shit means that he can walk on water essentially.
I mean, so are we forgetting what he I kind of wish he would be a little bit more obscure. Like if anybody forgets, with PT, he premiered PT under a fake studio name. He literally came up with a fake studio name and premiered it at like a PlayStation thing. You didn't know it was Silent Hills until literally the end of the demo. And then people are like, oh, this is Kojima the whole time. This is Silent Hills. Yep. He completely misled everybody.
That trailer, it was like collaborated with Guillermo del Toro, which that's another big fucking name. But then I'm sure you looked into like the history or rather the behind the scenes of what really went on. Like as you're walking through PT, the character of Lisa is fucking standing 2 or 3 feet behind you the entire time, and it's just like latched onto your player model, so that when the light hits Lisa at certain times, the jittering, like it fucks with you. Like there was so much put into this game. Like Norman Reedus's model is somewhere sitting in the PT level, just like waiting to be activated. There's so much shit behind the scenes of PT that people didn't realize until years after. Like, holy shit! Like it's so much worse that we didn't get PT because Konami was just like, go suck a fuck. But there was so much in there.
At the very least, at least they've I guess course corrected a little bit with Silent Hill F has been getting a lot of good reviews. So
surprisingly, yeah.
Even though it's a big departure from the usual Silent Hill formula, number one being that it's in Japan and not, America. It's very Eastern instead of Western, like you usually expect from Silent Hill. But it's got all the Silent Hill motifs, I guess you could say, like the fog and shit. Apparently people have already made mods to turn off the fog for some reason, just to see what's behind the fog. I'm like, what's behind the fog? The rest of the level. Oh my god.
Yeah, it looks like a Resident Evil world.
It's like oh man, color me shocked. If you turn off the fog, there's level
stuff. Stuff.
Well, apparently they don't use it for render distance. But I'm like, why are you surprised by that? That was the thing that the first game did because they had to. So of course they don't use the fog to hide render distance. That they don't need to do that anymore. That's old Silent Hill.
They can.
The fog is there because it's Silent Hill. You're not gonna find anything beyond the fog. The fog is just atmospheric now. What was once used as a way to overcome technical limitations of a console is now just a motif of the series.
And it works.
Yeah, it works. I don't know why, but people are curious, I guess, so they had to turn off the fog. I saw it coming eventually. I'm just waiting for the hentai mod because it's got to come. Got to come eventually. I'm gonna come. So guess we'll see what happens with OD whenever it comes out someday, one day. I still don't think we have any kind of release date, so it might still be years away, might be a year away, might be months away. Who the fuck knows? It's Kojima. He's not going to tell us anything. Yep. He won't tell us anything until literally the last possible second. Then we'll get to find out more. And even then, he's going to probably make us wait until we actually play the game to figure out anything about it. That's just how it is.
He'll tee the hell out of us because he can.
Yep, that's Kojima. He can get away with it. So we'll see what happens. I hope it's scary as balls, though. If it's Jordan Peele and Kojima, hopefully it is terrifying, because I think he tried to. What did he put? I think he put at the beginning. Wait. Did he put it in his trailer? I think he put it in his trailer somewhere. It says, wait, there it is. For all players and screamers. So he's really trying to hype this up as being a really scary game. He really wants us to know. Like, this game is going to be very, very scary. It's gonna leave you with nightmares at night. Okay, Kojima. Yeah, those are some big words. You better be able to fill those shoes. I mean, I'm not really doubting your ability to do so, but hey, if you're going to hype it up as this is going to be a one hell of a goddamn scary game, shit, I want to see Markiplier fucking having a heart attack on stream.
We got to be careful. That guy is he's in his 30s now. So
yeah, calm down, bro. You couldn't even be original about the way you did it. I guess that would be a pretty original way to kill a guy. Killed him with a goddamn horror game. Jesus Christ! It's like that Pokemon thing that happened. I think it was in Japan where they showed a scene from Pokemon on TV, and it caused seizures and people with epilepsy or something. I don't remember.
Oh wow. Yeah,
that's a whole other rabbit hole that you can jump down sometime. Speaking of more video games, here's our obligatory Battlefield 6 coverage. Recently they've been showing off Portal mode, which if you don't know, Portal is their Fortnite Robloxy thing where you can make your own game modes and shit. It was in 2042, but 2042
for a
was
while.
pretty limited. Like you couldn't edit the
Yeah.
map, you couldn't do any of that. Yes, you had some scripting. I did play around with it in 2042. I was trying to make Cranked from Call of Duty. I made some progress. It was not bad. It worked kind of, but I never really dove that deep into it. Some people got really advanced with it. I mean, if you look at the XP farms right now for 2042, the popular ones, they found a way to fucking teleport you around the map and stuff. It's jank, but it works. So there's people that are autistic enough to really dive deep and learn the ins and outs of these systems. But Battlefield 6's portal mode is promising to be way more than what we had in 2042, because now you can actually edit the map, put assets on the map, build stuff, like build platforms and go way deeper than you did in 2042. So, and if it's good, then that just adds more reasons to keep coming back to Battlefield 6. You know, obviously I'm there for the core Battlefield 6 experience. But, you know, it's fun to be able to jump in every once in a while and play some kooky game mode that somebody made, you know, like fucking horde modes, zombie modes, or whatever. And they're really hyping this up that it's going to be very customizable. So they put out this video.
They made Dust 2 in Battlefield 6. Finally, we've got some real...
You remember how I joked that the first thing that was going to be remade in Battlefield 6 was going to be Dust 2?
Oh, did
What do you think we're looking at right now?
Oh, is this actually Dust 2? I mean, they got mountains over to try and hide it, but
6 Portal gameplay to take a look at and begin to understand.
Yeah, they actually
just
showed
how
off like this is like
insane the potential of this
a
could
jet
be.
racing mode or
Battlefield is
something.
saying that their new version of
oh, they
Portal
put
features
Superman
many upgraded
64
toolsets,
shit
allowing
in
users
there.
to build
Wow.
completely new experiences.
This is like some
which
kind of
were
like
unimaginable
parkour
in
mode
BF
on like the
2042.
Siege
And
of
looking at some of this
Siege of
stuff,
Cairo.
I'd agree. They've
This is like a
definitely
horde
opened up
mode.
A huge toy box here with endless possibilities. So let's have a look. They showed us some gameplay of several different game modes.
Yeah, see,
created
this-
Bomb defusal!
in-house.
Yes,
First up,
Dust
this
2.
bomb
Yeah, see,
defusal
this is
mode.
literally Dust
This is
2.
Dust 2. Like I said,
A little
at
bit
the start,
jank looking,
they made
but-
Dust 2 from
Oh,
it's Dust
Counter-Strike
2.
and
Go
down the
Battlefield
ramp,
6. As
you
can
go
see,
to the
this is
right,
a
there's the
custom
tunnel.
gameplay
Holy
area, and
shit,
also
it
has
is
some
Dust
kind of
2.
moving geometry at the start, so that's
Yeah, and there's
possible. I presume
long,
that's a really
A
good
long, I
way
think
to
it
lock the
is.
teams in at the beginning of the round. And this is your
Or
classic
B long, I don't
Counter-Strike style
remember.
game mode. One team attacks 2 bomb sites.
Yeah,
and
because
attempts
there's
to arm and blow
the
up
section
an
that
MCOM.
goes
The other
down
team
under the
has to
bridge.
defend
Oh,
those sites
wow.
or defuse. And of course, it's round based with 1 life per round. If you've played
Yeah, it is
Counter-Strike,
kind of
you're gonna
jank.
recognize
It
the
needs some
layout.
more
We can
detail,
see
but
long
that's
A, CT
foundationally, that's
spawn,
good.
mid,
Well, the thing is that it doesn't seem like you're gonna be able to like do custom assets and stuff. So this might be the extent of when it comes to like making completely custom maps. Is basically taking these concrete like shapes and just kind of plopping them in, which is kind of a what's the word? A little bit of what's the word? I don't know.
Too basic.
Yeah, it's a little bit of disappointing that we can't go that far. Not that I expected that, but I was really
I
kind
know-
of secretly hoping that they would allow you to do some real crazy shit like that.
There's probably the time to penis fear of allowing people to upload custom textures, and you're just gonna get like fucking hentai, dicks, boobs, everything all over the map. But also you could get some really interesting like creepypasta shit if you allowed that to happen. But nope, this is probably EA higher ups just be like, no custom textures. Only these slabs of concrete.
Man, we used to be able to have custom emblem editors in Battlefield and Call of Duty, and just because a couple people put swastikas, they gotta take it away. Just because a couple of degenerates gotta put swastikas and blackface and penises, you know, of course.
What's wrong with the Egyptian swastika? What is wrong with that? Come on now.
All right, write that down. Clip that, guys. we're putting this in the Karis game Google Doc.
Sure.
Yeah, this I'm building a file on you, buddy. But I mean, it's cool that somebody can even do this. But obviously, I don't really think I would want to play stuff like this if this is how it's going to look, because it's just kind of bland to look at. It's cool in concept that somebody was able to build Dust 2 just using whatever the hell that they had access to in the portal mode, the map editor. But obviously, this doesn't really appeal to me because it just looks kind of bland. I don't really want to run around like basically gray box, concrete pillars all day.
This is Pillbox. This is turning it kind of back into Call of Duty a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean,
even B tunnels at one point. And
cool that they did it regardless. I mean, I literally said that this was going to happen as soon as I don't even know which TISM Thursday it was. I literally said, watch, Dust 2 is coming. And we haven't even hit release and Dust 2 is already here.
With points and a timer too. You couldn't have dreamed of anything like this in BF 2042.
Hey, see, you got the little stair section.
Something like Halo Forge or
which that
creative.
That probably had to be built by hand.
The gate of how different you can make
yeah,
the
see
game
there's the A site, you know, with the double doors.
Now
they don't have the little place you can jump at. Now that's a little bit jank. As you can see, it just lowers a big concrete block. I guess that's like the only way to stop you from moving forward is they just put a block up.
Yeah, because you can't do player clips the same way in this game that you could in Source Engine, where you literally just take like an invisible brush and then you turn it off when you need to trigger it. They can't do that here,
I'm guessing that's just the way that they're able to do it. It looks kind of stupid, but I don't know. maybe they can do better, and because you can see, like, look at this. This looks kind of goofy, right? Because obviously they're just a
little bit,
clipping these rectangles into each other. Maybe this is just because they had to slap something together real fast just for a proof of concept. Maybe you can make something better than this if you really try, and this is just what they had time to do. But I don't know.
As I said before, shipments.
I'm not surprised, but I am surprised that I made this prediction that we were going to get Dust 2 in Battlefield 6, and we ended up getting Dust 2 in Battlefield 6.
Just create your own conquest.
You just made that as a joke.
You can redraw the out-of-bounds areas.
It's supposed to be a joke.
Redraw the conquest points and create conquest capture points. You can.
But we ended up getting it.
Points too.
And obviously, you can see these houses right here. Now, somebody made a good point. I don't know if these houses are already part of this Liberation Peak, if these are the same houses, or if these are ones that they plopped down. Because most people are saying that probably how it's going to work is that any asset that's in the game is going to be able to be plopped down. No custom assets, but you can plop down things that are already in the engine.
It's probably, there's the map that was in the mountains.
Yeah, this is Liberation Peak.
There's a lot of houses there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably just like, and the fact that that's a scripted thing where once you do enough damage, the whole thing just does a scripted sequence. That's probably a prefab that you can pull up and just like chunk, throw it there. So that's probably what they did, and then just disabled whatever the scripted destruction mode is for the sake of this mode.
Yeah, I mean,
prospect for sure. Next game mode we saw was Holdout.
This is just a horde mode.
Straight up.
As you can see, you have like you have cash, you got team redeploys, enemies remaining.
Zombies.
Because they already said that you can do like custom UI, so you can have like custom UI stuff on the screen. So this is obviously part of that, like showing how much cash you have. So I'm guessing you're going to be able to buy guns at some kind of gun station or something.
Players. Instead, this is
so this is just going to end up being like Killing Floor then.
Who is spawning in waves and attacking you every single round.
I mean, I guess I wonder if you're able to make like special, kind of like special zombies, but special soldiers. I wonder if you can get that deep. Like, can you have a bunch of grunts, but then every 5 rounds you have, I don't know, fucking some character with 500% health and an LMG
Probably.
Or something like that? I would hope so.
There's a custom user interface.
I'm waiting for the mods that add a regular soldier that's like 23 feet tall, and that has 5,000 health.
We know that you can scale objects, but I don't know if you can scale player characters or even NPCs, because you'll see later, you can definitely scale objects themselves.
You accrue more money.
Renee brought up a good point, which I know applies to the previous topic of Kojima, but the certain things shouldn't be hyped up. The expectation of people comes too high. That's a fine line to work. Kojima wants the hype. he absolutely wants to play into the hype, and he wants everyone so excited because, well, look at first Death Stranding. Everyone was so hyped, and then it like it almost split people like The Last Jedi. Like you had almost 50% people loving it and 50% people saying, "What the fuck is this?" I think in this case, Battlefield 6 needs the hype because it's all they fucking got right now. I think if Battlefield 6 doesn't succeed, the series might be gone. Like executives might lose their fucking job if this doesn't succeed. So
this is their final frontier. They have to hit this one out the park. After what happened with 2042 and Battlefield 5, they really can't afford to have another failure. It's not like Call of Duty where you can just come out with a game next year to make up for a failure of one game. That's why I'm not really hopeful for Black Ops 7, because even if Black Ops 7 with all the hate, even if it fails, it's like, well, there's going to be another game next year, so it's not really that big of a loss. Battlefield doesn't get a game but every 4 years, so they only have every 4 years to get it right, and if they fuck it up, either they have to course correct the entire game, which they've done multiple times with their games, especially 2042, or they just have to, I don't know. The stakes are very high with Battlefield games.
Upgrades, etc.
Also, thank you,
This is
Wade.
pretty cool, and you can imagine
I like to think I'm
combining
pretty
this
cool.
with the spatial editing tool.
This is
which
obviously
you
just a
saw.
horde
You
mode
can
on
build
Siege
your
of
own
Cairo.
layouts, and players could theoretically make
Cool, I
Raptor
guess. I mean,
Untold from World at
it would be cool if somebody can make something like this. It might not be too hard. There's not a lot of like. I wonder if you'll be able to do stuff like that, make like unlockable doors or whatever.
War.
Maybe.
Yes, you're going to be limited at the moment to in-game assets, so we're not talking like a one-to-one replica, but you could get close, I imagine. No importing of custom assets yet, sadly, but I'm sure.
Given that
might
you're
happen down the
editing
line.
this in
But also
game,
imagine the Battlefield.
you'll need a
releasing
mechanic
official
that
zombies
essentially
models
would
pack for
operate
Portal.
as a
So
door.
instead
Like
of
you'd need a
packs-
function that would have a door, a hinge, a button. You need that prefab.
Well, I don't
Because like
I don't
in
think
PC,
you're not gonna be able to do this from in-game. They showed the editor. I think it's only PC thing, because like if you want to do like if you want to do like more basic stuff and scripting, you do it through a website. That's how you did in 2042. It's a website. It looks like if you want to do like the more intricate map editing and stuff, they have like a client that you have to download. So I think this kind of stuff is probably only gonna be for people who have access to a PC. Now, that doesn't mean that console players can't use it, but they will have to open it on a PC.
So Martyr soldiers running at you in waves.
Yeah.
You could.
I mean, because
make your
it would be nice if they could make like a Forge mode where it can be used on the console, but I guess it's just asking a little bit too much, because that would require them to basically build an entire program within Battlefield 6. I think that the editor that they're using is some kind of open source program. So they're piggybacking off of already existing software, from what I remember.
that
full
makes me curious.
experience. So it's what you're seeing here, but you'll be fighting actual.
Because
zombies.
you're not downloading the Frostbite editor. That would be
No,
a
they'll
whole,
never give you that.
Yeah, they'll never give you access to the fucking Frostbite editor. That's asking way too damn much.
Zombie animations. Up next was the vehicle race.
Yeah,
game.
obviously we
Pretty
saw this. You got the
straightforward,
vehicle
this one, but
race
it reveals
where
some interesting
you
things
race-
about
Oh, it's the same
spatial
fucking
editor.
dots
So
as Superman
at its core,
64.
this is a
God
race
damn
scenario
it.
using jets.
It's literally
You
the same
can see a
goddamn
custom
colored
UI
dots.
widget on the top left, indicating that there are 4 laps. So they
That is
created
wild.
a unique course by placing assets on what looks like.
Hey, this
the
be a good way
Operation
to
Heat
train
map in
how
the
to
outer
fly a
bounds
jet, I
areas.
guess,
We've
you
got
know?
laps, custom waypoints to
See, look
Yeah,
at this.
they're
Look at
gonna take this-
look at this excavator. They scaled it up to like really
load
big.
of geometry that's been placed down.
See?
Yeah, well, that makes sense. Like even back in the Source Engine days, there was a scale
And
option. You
notice
just
how
increase
it's
the
been
number,
scaled
and the
too.
model fucking
The
got
crane,
bigger.
For example, is massive, which means that you can change the size of the assets in the game. That then means that
This
you
guy
can make
this
some
guy
CS
sucks.
rap
Whoever is
style
driving that, by the way, they
experiences and
suck
maps
so
for
bad.
the soldiers' vibes. The jets have got their
It's
afterburners
probably
disabled
just
here too,
like a
and they can shoot their
developer,
primary
or no,
cannons,
it
so
might just be
it's
like
more
the
of a death
journalist
race,
person.
I guess. And you can see how these type of race experiences could become popular, just like they did in GTA Online races. You could do this with quad bikes, helicopters, tanks, whatever. We were also told that Portal has custom scoreboard editing. So ideally, for this sort of experience, you could make a proper race scoreboard with best times, position, etc.
Yeah, 'cause you can see the little scoreboard they have over here that shows who's in first place.
Moving on, the next mode was parkour extraction.
Interesting.
Mirror's Edge.
This is funny because you weren't even meant to get up on the rooftops on Siege of Cairo. That was an exploit during the beta, which apparently has already been fixed. But it's kind of funny that whoever they gave access to this mode behind the scenes, it's almost like they're kind of doing like a wink and nod, like, hey, I know that you guys, you little pieces of shit, were up on top of the rooftops in Siege of Cairo during the beta. Now here's a game mode where the whole point is to climb the rooftops of Siege of Cairo.
With more guns.
We're going to patch it, then we're going to give something to you.
Cairo map on the rooftops. Now, if you remember,
this is totally
in the
Mirror's Edge.
Battlefield 6 beta, players actually managed to figure out how to get up on these rooftops. They weren't supposed to be there, but they did it.
I don't remember these assets actually being up on the roofs on the actual maps.
Anyway,
these
and it
might
turned
be
out that
dropped in
most of
assets.
these areas were actually quite playable,
Maybe.
and not glitchy. And now it looks like that might be because of Portal gamers like this, although they have actually added a lot of assets here to the map to give it more of
The
a
ramp,
parkour
the fucking
assault
ramp.
feel.
That was
The
such a
floor
normal
with
thing in
lava
Mirror's
rings as well, and
Edge.
if you drop down,
Like, you
you'll
knew
die.
you got a
And it
jump
looks like
point
the
if you found a
objective in
ramp.
this game mode is to find
Oh,
the supplies
yeah, I
and
was
get
waiting for
to
that
an
guy to die.
extraction point. We can see that on the heads-up display at one point. So frantic, chaotic, I imagine. You might have noticed too that there are multiple teams in this game mode, and we will see more of that in the Portal editor footage later on in the video. So you can in fact do multiple teams rather than just two with
a little bit of
NATO versus
parkour
packs as it is in the main game. And the final game,
And then
mode
this
we got to see
one,
was
this one
called
is just only
of the world, and
only
you
up,
guessed it,
but in
this
Battlefield
is kind
form.
of a twist on only up. So whoever's created this has built a massive climbing structure. As you can see, it's kind of like an obstacle course thing, but you can easily fall down. And the goal is to get
Soldiers
to the
already
top
have to
and
carry
secure
like
an
100
objective
pounds of extra
before the
shit
other
on
teams
top
do.
of themselves.
And this is again
What
multiple
soldier
teams,
would
kind
want
of
to
like the
do
last
this
game mode was,
IRL?
but
I
there are
don't know.
checkpoints, so you can get to certain heights and have a checkpoint. So if you die, you can respawn there. Also, as
See,
you can
like you
see,
just have
you've
some
got
floating
access to
obstacles.
your guns and your gadgets, and you can be shot. You can shoot people. So,
Oh,
in Only Up, of course,
you're gonna
the
have
only way
getting
to die
over it
is
style
you mess
levels.
up, you fall,
Fuck.
you take enough damage that you turn into a pile of jelly on the ground. Then you have to restart. But in Top of the World, if you've got line of sight on another team or player, you could shoot at them. You could try and kill them. They can try and kill you. And the objective on this game mode is right at the top, of course, but the overall
I wonder if you could
structure
program
to get
in
up
like
there,
a
it didn't
chain
seem
together
that high,
option.
so I don't
Oh,
think it would take that long
you
before
failed.
People are at the top
Oh,
trying to capture it.
You
However,
had the
it does
same.
look
Oh
like
my
it
god,
takes
this
quite a
person's
while
terrible.
to
Yeah, this guy,
objective,
whoever's
so there
playing
might be a bit of a
this
skill
in this
at the
footage
top.
is kind of bad.
So I feel like this mode is more of a.
They had a save,
his name,
and then they fell.
his name is could be worse. So, I mean, I guess
concept,
he's
and
kind
to show people
of
this kind of
tailoring your
experience is
expectations,
possible.
one could
You might
say.
play this once or
Yep.
twice, finish it, and then that's it. And I'm sure that when Portal releases, there'll be people who are going to immediately start.
They
building
keep
the more
saying
classic
Portal
only up experience where you
as
can't
though
shoot
it's
each
like
other,
it's a game in
but
itself, and I
it
keep
goes
flashing
way
back
up
to
into
the game
sky,
Portal.
and it's very challenging, and it might actually.
I mean,
take
it basically
place an
Portal
hour or even
kind
2
of
hours
is
to
like
get
a
to the top and
game
complete it.
kind of
Like I mentioned
ish.
with the jet
Of,
race
I don't
game
know.
mode as well.
Guess we'll have to
People could
see
create a
how
custom
popular it
scoreboard
is.
for
It
this
wasn't
and
very
have best
popular in
times on it.
2042, and it was really only used for like XP farms 90% of the time. At least that's what it turned into. It was supposed to be a way to make like weird shit like having 2042 or 2042 soldiers versus 1942 soldiers, having Battlefield 3 soldiers with Battlefield 3 guns on Battlefield 2042 maps. Like it was supposed to be like a way to like maybe clash different eras together and stuff like that. But it quickly, because it was so limited, people mostly just started making XP farms.
So they basically wanted to like Gary's modify their
Readables,
game,
that kind of thing.
Kinda.
but
Here's a look at
if you
the
lock down the
spatial
damn thing, you're not going to get that.
See, this is what they're calling the
You'll have
spatial
access to
editor.
for creating experiences, and this is using Godot.
Oh wow.
which
Yeah, some program called Godot.
Oh, Godot is an engine, and the editor probably is compatible with the map files. Godot's pretty widely used in a lot of indie games. It's a good editor, so that's what they're using. Okay, That makes sense.
Yeah, that's why they probably went with Godot, because they didn't want to have to try to make their own in-game editor like Forge, because Forge is its own thing that's built from the ground up by the developers. They're piggybacking off of already existing software so that they don't have to put in, which is good and bad, because on one hand, I mean, hey, especially if you know the Godot editor already, then you're off to the races. But then the bad thing is, well, obviously you have to have a PC. And you have to download the software.
This also, the Frostbite editor probably also has a bunch of code in there that they don't want the data miners to get access to, especially like if
They already did.
Wall hacker community. I'm sure they did, but the editor probably has some hidden shit in there that you really gotta like maybe know your DLL scraping or something. But at least with the Godot editor, it's just a compiler, or it just like it pulls in asset 428 and throws it into this map. So it's like a Phillips screwdriver essentially.
Yeah,
And they probably did that for security
Another
reasons.
thing that I noticed about this editor, and I don't know if this is true as of yet, but my theory is that anything that's orange can't be messed with, because I don't think you can take out assets that are already a part of the map. So if it's already something that was built into the map itself, you can't mess with it. So you can't you can't go to Liberation Peak and remove all the buildings and everything that's already on the map. You can only add to the map. You can't. It's only additive, not destructive. Which means that if people want to make their own custom maps, they basically have to do that stuff like you saw with the Dust 2, where they probably build it up in the sky with like the gray boxes and whatever assets they have access to.
Yeah.
So, yeah. There's a little bit of limitation. I don't know if they've confirmed yet whether you can do environmental stuff. Like, can you sculpt mountains and stuff? I don't know if they've confirmed that or not. You can see all kinds of stuff over here on the right, like physics and stuff. So I don't know what I'm looking at, because I've never used this Godot engine.
Terrain displacement is a really tricky thing, because you got to know like PTZ alignments, and you need to be able to dent and recede. Like, doing displacements in the source engine was a real fucking pain in the ass, and some people just stayed away from it. I stayed away from it, and I tried dabbling with it. Again, it could be the rules. Like, if it's green, it's probably a displacement that they want locked down. They don't want you to be able to go fucking around with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly on what these different colors mean, but my theory is that everything in orange is assets that are locked in place and cannot be messed with. They're there and they're going to stay there. I don't know what white means. I think green is terrain. Pretty sure white. I don't know what white exactly means. I don't know.
White, I think, is just untextured. It's just the texture hasn't been applied in the editor.
I mean, you can see this little soldier down here. That's obviously like, I guess when you're replacing like spawn points or whatever. You can see all the stuff over here. You see like spawn points, and there's all kinds of stuff. I guess we'll have to see how intricate it really gets, because it could be that maybe you can do a lot, but we just have to put it into the hands of people who are a little bit more autistic and have more time to really dive in.
Renee asked a question, which I think we both read about. It used to be that Battlefield was like every 4 years. They supposedly want to Call of Dutyify this series into a yearly release, which if they do, there goes your quality. There goes the level of effort.
They can't even push out quality with a 4-year cycle.
Yeah. So you want to go once a year? Like, Valve tried this shit way back in the late 2000s. They tried doing like yearly shit with the episodic stuff of Half-Life 2. Didn't work. They couldn't do it. They had to strip shit down. So like,
it's not gonna work. Hopefully that was just some CEO spouting fucking diarrhea out of his mouth. Because if they really think they're gonna be able to do yearly Battlefield or even 2-year Battlefield, Yeah, no, that's not gonna work, buddy. You know how many studios are working on just Battlefield 6 alone? I think it's like 4 of them. Although I think they got rid of
Yeah.
one studio. But we'll talk about that
Probably.
here in a minute.
access
Probably.
to for creating experiences, and this is using Godot, which is open source. I think what we're looking at here is the project for the jet race. I think the blue spheres in the sky there are the waypoints, and they've basically loaded Liberation Peak here. On the left it's called Capstone. I imagine that was the work in progress developer name for the map. But this gives you an idea of the level of control that you're going to have here. You can place assets in the world, you can scale them, you can rotate them, you can redraw the combat areas, you can change where the sectors are, the headquarters. You could make custom game modes from scratch if you wanted to. That's the beauty of Godot as well, because of how flexible it is. Really, if you can think it, you can put it in here. You can import coding too. And the great thing about Godot is that you can use plugins with it.
Really?
So members of the community
can
could
import
make
coding?
plugins that did specific things.
That's
going to
be a problem.
Whatever that might
What?
be.
So Gary's mod had an issue for a short time because you could import LUA coding, which is like a
Oh, Lua
kind of
script.
Swiss Army, the Lua scripting. It caused some fuckery when people really started getting creative and like accessing shit on people's computer and what you could do with servers. Like, if they're gonna do Lua scripting for Battlefield 6, like,
I mean, I do wonder what they mean by scripting, because I know 2042's portal mode, when you loaded that up in the browser, their scripting was, if you ever used Scratch Editor, the Scratch game engine or whatever, which I used a lot as a kid, back in like middle school or whatever, it was immediately familiar to me. Like, this is what Scratch. Wait, let's see, Scratch game engine. Let's
Scratch
see.
Foundation?
Scratch. See, it looks like
No.
it looks like this. This is what 2042's stuff look like too. It's a bunch of like blocks with some edible parameters, and you attach the blocks to one another. That's what it was like in 2042. I don't know if they're gonna have that plus actual scripting in the Godot editor. Maybe they'll have like separate stuff for like I guess like more basic stuff within the browser, and then maybe with the Godot you could get even more intricate and do like actual scripting, because as Jack Frags just said in this video, Godot could have plugins, so who knows what's going to be developed for this and what will work with this, because since they're using a open source engine, who knows what's going to be possible once people get their hands on it.
There's a line from one of the Valve developers. It's in the commentary for Portal 2, and I never have forgotten this. It said, we can test things to the end of the day, to the end of time, but the moment that we release a product out in the wild, modders and developers will stress the system in ways we haven't even imagined. If you're allowing code to be put into Battlefield 6, anything is possible. Like, fucking multiverse is going to happen with Battlefield 6, basically. There's going to be some wild times ahead.
I guess we're gonna find out.
Popcorn.
My popcorn's out. I'm ready to see what people are gonna fucking do with this shit. I ain't gonna probably be able to do damn shit, because I'm stupid. I'm not a game developer. But for people who are good at this kind of stuff, especially if they know Godot, they're just gonna be jumping in, and God knows what we're gonna get. Hopefully it just doesn't turn into another 2042 situation where it's nothing but fucking XP farms left and
Added
right.
mechanics or made the actual building process of these experiences easier. And as it's open source, release it to everyone.
One of the fun things I can see with this is that people might make like edits to the map to make them better. Maybe they'll fix parts of the maps that they don't like. So like, oh, this part of the map doesn't have enough cover, so here's our version of the map where we added some extra cover or something to the map, or added entire sections to the map. So that's gonna be interesting.
How long before we get GoldenEye facility in Battlefield?
Hey,
Where you jump off the dam and then you land on top, like you go through the entire fucking facility without a single like level change. That would be cool.
I mean, Maybe. I mean, like I said, I said that Dust 2 was going to happen, and it happened before the game even came out.
And the
So
toolset grows and grows.
I mean,
Yep.
now I'm just waiting for Nuketown.
They did mention
Or
after
shipment
launch
from
plans
COD 4.
too, and they're thinking about this stuff.
Yeah.
Apparently, they will be updating the tool after launch and giving players more power. They said that they're looking for feedback on what people
If
would want
DICE
to
and
see, and they're
EA
experimenting
are
with
gonna,
transforming
if they
landscapes,
want
which would
to
be
basically make a
huge.
new source
Mixing them-
engine,
Oh, he just talked
they
about
need-
transforming landscapes. I don't think it's going to be in at launch, but I think it's one of the things that might be considered is being able to do landscape
Yeah.
changing. So that would be
matching
interesting.
This could be the
and
next
lighting adjustments. So you
Yeah.
could make night modes. You could
Oh, apparently they're even talking about maybe adding like being able to mess with the lighting. So maybe you can make like night versions of maps or something.
or do 24-hour. Well, that depends on. There's two ways to do a map. There's the source engine way, which you put an asset of the sun, you point in the direction, set the color, get your skybox, compiles, boom. You can't ever change that. Then you've got like the stalker method, which is you have a changing skybox, you have the sun moving, you can have the moon moving, you have the 24-hour day and night cycle. We will find out, I guess, what Frostbite is capable of doing. If you can do a 24-hour day-night cycle in Battlefield 6, where like you're fighting in the day and then suddenly, oh shit, it's like 9 o'clock at night. Fuck, now we got to change up everything. That would be cool.
They've never done any kind of time switching. The most they've done is weather switching. So I don't know if they've got it in the Frostbite engine to be able to dynamically switch things like that on the fly, because that's they might bake in a lot of the lighting for their maps. I would imagine, especially because of how optimized Battlefield 6 seems to be. I have a feeling they do a lot of baked in stuff, so maybe that's why it might be a challenge to immediately off the bat add like lighting changes, because I get maybe it's like they have to figure out what they can allow Godot to do, because obviously Godot is trying to interact with Frostbite, and who knows what the limitations might be between the interaction of those two softwares together. So I would love to see it though. I mean, shit, it would save DICE from having to make night versions of maps, because we don't even have any night.
Yeah.
I mean, 2042 had no night maps, which was really sad. I remember when Battlefield 4, they were supposed to have an entire DLC with like night versions of maps, but they only ended up coming out with one, which was Zavad 311 Night Shift, Night Shift.
Yeah.
They were supposed to have I think two other night maps as well. They were supposed to have Siege of Shanghai at night, and I think they were supposed to have one other map at night, but it's not simple to make a night map. You don't just turn the fucking skybox off and call it a day. You have to completely redesign the map, because now you have to add lights, artificial lights, so that it's not fucking just black everywhere. You have to light up different areas. You gotta add a lot of little assets. So a lot of times it's just as much work to make a night map on an already existing map as it is to make an entirely new night map from scratch. So a lot of times they don't end up making like night versions of maps. Like Battlefield 1 had specific night maps that were made from the ground up to be at night.
I think there was an expansion for Battlefield 2, I think called Spec Ops or something. It had like one night map. And I think you were talking about it in a previous stream. It's the one that allowed you to do like the grapple.
Yeah, I think that was the same DLC that added that grapple hook.
Fucking really? It's
What?
9 o'clock at night and you got to work on your fucking truck at this time?
That's prime time.
God dicking damn it. What the
Hey,
fuck is this shit?
potentially add weather effects, wind, snow, rain, whatever.
Would be cool to
Completely
add weather
changing the vibe
effects.
of the game.
Add the tornado back from
If you wanted
2042.
to. Imagine that zombies mode that we saw earlier, but nighttime. Perhaps you've got access to night vision goggles, but it's raining and windy, adding some atmosphere to the whole situation. Obviously, there will be a massive learning curve with this stuff, though. But they are planning on creating internally produced tutorials for basic and advanced tooling in the editor. I'm sure that many people outside of the studios too will create tutorials on YouTube to make things easier for new users. Now, if you want to use the basic Portal Builder tool, you'll be able to load this up on PC, phone, or tablet And it's kind of similar to what we had in 2042, where it's all simplified, but there's so many different toggles, mutators, and sliders in here, so you can build your own custom experiences in here too. And they said that if you wanted to do closed weapons on Dumbo, which is one of the New York maps with one-hit kill weapons, you can do that. If you want to change player count, damage, vehicle spawns, weapon restrictions, etc. If you want to add more teams, you can see in the clip here, there's actually 5 teams ticked there. You can create your own experiences here too. It's just in the Godot editor, you'll be able to do all that crazy stuff that we saw towards the start of the video. Also, we did hear that everyone who purchases BF6 is allowed to have one persistent server running. So if you wanted to make a breakthrough server rotated through all of the maps in the game, you could do that.
That's good, but I kind of wish it was allowed. They would. I don't know, because maybe hopefully they're gonna handle it better than 2042. Because I found this out when I was trying to launch my own. Because I was trying to see if I could test my shitty cranked game mode in 2042. I was trying to do it on stream, and I couldn't launch a server, probably because there was already too many. So it was already at max for how many the game would allow to be hosted at one time, because the entire server was like taken up with fucking the XP farms and shit. So I don't know if they're going to handle it differently than 2042, but like the only bad thing I can see is if you let everybody do persistent servers to the point where you can't launch one because there's too many already up and running. Like back in Battlefield 3 even on console, in Battlefield 4 and Battlefield 1, you could pay extra for a certain amount of like days to host a custom server. Like I remember people would do that back in Battlefield 3 on like PS3 when we were running like when we needed to do like, I don't know, like challenges. I think one time we were doing like Battlefield Olympics type stuff. Like we're doing challenges like, oh, jump out of the jet on Firestorm and land on this tower and stuff like that. We would just do little shit like that. But somebody had to buy a server, right, to be able to do that, and to do like private games and stuff of that nature, like private matches with your friends or whatever. And then on PC, you up until Battlefield 1, you would use like a third-party server host or whatever. Still talk about this game. If only there were other developers that made games. What do you mean?
Is Kayla getting bored of the subject?
Probably. Oh well.
Nobody's playing on it.
Battlefield is my main
server browser progression. I'm looking for.
I always go back to Battlefield. Is like that toxic ex-girlfriend that got that good pussy. You know that she's bad for you, but you keep going back to it.
I don't.
Okay, maybe it's just me. Maybe
I know better.
Maybe this is an anecdote that only I understand. 7 streams and it's all Battlefield. Well, yeah, there's gonna be. It's called an anchor. Everybody's got their anchor. Mine is Battlefield. Some people might be Need for Speed. Some people might be, I don't know, fucking Pokemon. Everybody's got their anchor. Battlefield is my anchor.
Pal World. Pal World. That needs to be an anchor.
Oh, did you hear that the Pal World's gonna have another game?
Yeah, it's like an expansion or something, or a sequel.
I think it's a separate game. I think it's like Animal Crossing. And apparently they showed the trailer right after Nintendo has also revealed that they're going to be having a game kind of in the similar vein with the Pokemon series. So some people are saying like, oh, this is a big FU to Nintendo or something.
Are you talking about like Palia?
What? Palia?
Remember were you
that was Pal Land.
Pal Land.
Yeah, Pal Land. No, it's called like Pal World something. But it looks like more like an Animal Crossing type experience, but within the Pal World universe. And apparently
expanded universe.
Yeah. And some people are saying it's a big FU to Nintendo because apparently Nintendo's also going to have something similar, but for Pokemon. So I don't know. Maybe what is it? Pocket Pair is just, I don't know. I guess they're just taunting Nintendo at this point, which I don't even blame them for it, honestly. After what Nintendo has put Pocket Pair through with these bullshit ass patents and shit, I think they're just
Oh,
like,
it's
you
not
know what?
just-
Fuck them.
It's not just that. I had no real plans to talk about this on my area of gaming, but I did hear, what was it? Bellular News, I think, put a video out that Nintendo has been putting patents out that affect like World of Warcraft, so many other games, and and all these people are looking at Nintendo like, are you trying to start a war with the entire world, not including Warcraft? Like, their patents cover so many different functions of other games. It's like,
Oh, so this is what the next World of Worlds film is going to be about.
yeah, that'll be it. It'll be the game war. Like, there was the joke of the franchise war and the Taco Bell won the franchise war. Maybe Nintendo wins the video game.
Well, because
war.
their newest bullshit ass patent has to do with, I think, summoning a character to fight another character or something like that. I'm like,
Yes,
but there's so many games that have done that. What do you mean? You can't do that.
That's
What
World
the
of
hell
Warcraft.
is what? Huh? Nintendo,
So-
you guys really just speedrun making everybody hate you. Like, just stop, bro. I've said this before. I'm gonna say it
So-
again. You should not be able to patent game mechanics. It stifles creativity and innovation.
So you never played WoW, I'm guessing, right?
No, I know of it.
So just a little snippet of how far back the history and how relevant the history of the spawning a thing to do a thing for you. Years ago, those of you who played WoW, you might know where I'm going into this. There was an update that it was a dungeon rather, where you're in a dungeon. This is a Corrupted Blood scenario. You're in a dungeon and it's in a raid, and there was this side effect or this debuff called Corrupted Blood that one of the bosses would cast on the players, and it would like slowly drain your health. Well, the coders of Blizzard, the coders didn't realize that when you have the class of a hunter, and the hunter has essentially a pet that they can spawn on command. It could be a wolf, it could be a dog, maybe even a cat. I don't fucking remember, but there was this animal that would fight for you. This was a feature that's still active in WoW today. Well, the creature, your pet, would get the debuff, the Corrupted Blood. When you put it away, it hibernated that side effect so that even if you got cured and everything, once you went back to the regular land and you respawned that creature, that debuff spread like a virus. And World of Warcraft had a massive fucking COVID-style pandemic on the entire goddamn planet. Every fucking server, you would go and there would be bodies, just skeletons, all like Stormwind, Orgrimmar, fucking everywhere. It was a goddamn pandemic. The CDC did a study on this whole situation after Blizzard shut down the entire game, passed some kind of patch or something that nerfed every attribute, like pulling essentially the effect from all the players.
They released a vaccine,
relaunching the entire game so that they could get rid of this. But it was all because one of the characters, the hunter, the class rather, could spawn a hunt. Yeah, my word. You could spawn an animal to then hunt and do things for you. And that unfortunate effect caused a massive pandemic in this game. And so now when Nintendo wants to fucking trademark and patent this shit, no.
I mean, they are spreading a virus. It's called being a shitty ass company. But of course, Nintendo fanboys will keep defending them because they want their next Mario. Wahoo! It's a me, a Mario. And then their fucking mid-ass Pokemon games that have been mid since like the 3DS era. That was like the last time that Pokemon games were decent. Now they're just fucking mid as hell, but people keep gobbling them up. Still selling two versions of basically the same fucking game. I don't know how that ever flew. I feel like we should have fucking, what's the word? We should have checked them at the door as soon as they started doing that shit back on the Game Boy. Why is there two versions of the same game with just slightly tweaked monsters that are in them? That's stupid.
Because they can.
Oh, yes. Do you want to get all the Pokemon? Well, now you got to buy the same game, but twice.
Does Scaly have something to add to this? Because he just hopped in.
The U.S. Patent Office approved the patents.
They shouldn't have.
So, summoning a creature that is passive and then goes into combat was approved. And then having a mount that would transition from ground to flying to swimming also approved. Both of those patents are in previously existing games and never should have gotten through U.S. patents. But somebody at the office was either asleep or on the take because they gave it to Nintendo.
I mean, do you really expect the government to know anything about video games? I'm honestly not that surprised. Like, they probably looked at it and like, oh yeah, that checks out. They're not going to do any fucking research. You think they're going to pay a government person to be like, okay, you need to research every video game that's ever existed to make sure that this has never been in a game before? Well, they're not doing their job, and I don't expect them to because it's the government. The government never does their fucking job.
Nope. I work with the government. I can attest to that.
Just saying. That's what occurred. So yeah.
Wow.
They probably took one.
Blizzard is gonna have.
Yeah, Blizzard's gonna get them.
Well, that's if Nintendo chooses to go after Blizzard. The only reason they're doing it is because Pocket Pair did a better game than Nintendo ever could, and they gave the fans what the fans want in that style of game. They want it to evolve. And Nintendo refuses to evolve the game. The closest we got to it was Pokemon Arceus. And then Nintendo went back the next two games and said, nope, we're going back to the original concept and we will tell you what you want.
And it also looks like shit, runs like shit, and I would rather play Pokemon Coliseum. That was a way better 3D Pokemon game than Sword and Shield, Violet, and fucking Anal Plug, whatever the fuck they called the other game.
Yeah, but Pokemon Coliseum was just a ripoff of Monster Rancher.
Now let me ask, what was it? The one you said that was the closest. How successful was that one? Was that like a well-sold game? What was his reception?
How about Arceus?
Is that the one that he was talking about?
Pokemon Arceus? That one, that was, from what I understood, that was well received. Everyone's like, this is awesome. This is amazing. You wander out and you smack a Pokemon and it beats the ever-living fuck out of you because you don't have anything to beat them up with. You gotta capture.
Wait, how long until they patent naming games after opposing items? You can no longer have two games that are named something that's similar in the same category. So you can't have Call of Duty Butt Plug and Call of Duty Fleshlight.
Call of Duty Innie and Call of Duty Outie.
Yeah. Yes. Can't do that no more because they patented it.
Wow.
I mean,
this is where we are.
It was a neat progress because you were crafting items, making stuff, you're building shit, and it was like, this is what we want. This is what we want the next game to be like. We want more in depth of this. Then it's like, no, we're gonna give you this crappy game. We're gonna release it. It's gonna have bugs. You're gonna fall through the world. Congratulations. Buy it twice.
Well, to be fair, I don't think Pokemon players necessarily want like base building and stuff, but it would be nice to add something extra to the Pokemon formula.
You've got the same stands for these games as you do for Call of Duty. They buy it because of the name.
Well, duh.
That's it.
That's what sells Pokemon games, man. People gobble that shit up like Animal Crossing. Or just Nintendo titles in general. People that really like Nintendo really like Nintendo. They will buy whatever's got Nintendo's name slapped on the box. Now, to be fair,
know what they need to do?
Nintendo doesn't really make a bad game. I will say most Nintendo games are at least good at their worst. They do have that going for them.
The last 2 Pokemon games suck. Sword and Shield had issues, and Violet and Scarlet had even more issues.
That's what it was called, Violet and Scarlet. Wait, Scarlet's not a color. Is it? Scarlet a color?
Yes.
What the heck is Scarlet?
Yeah. Scarlet's a deep red color.
Why can't I get Pokemon Turquoise and Daffodil? Or something.
Because nobody wants to give you flowers.
Oh, well, hey, they haven't named a Pokemon game after flowers yet. That I'm giving them fresh ideas. They can be Pokemon Daffodil and Sunflower.
No. It would be Rose and Lily. Pokemon Rose and Lily.
Didn't they have
Yeah,
a Pokemon
I'm
game with
waiting
Rose in the name? Or am I misremembering?
Pokemon Brain Rot and Dysentery. Those are
Yep.
No, it's gonna be Pokemon Pepto-Bismol and Kaopectade.
Pokemon
Oregon Trail. You lost a wheel and now you've got dysentery. You're dead.
Yeah, a Snorlax
Damn.
came out of the forest, jumped on you, and flattened you into a pancake. Your guts are all over the road. Game over.
Jeez.
Hey, I would.
This just got actually really interesting.
If somebody made that, if somebody made that, Nintendo would just take it down anyways.
I had been collecting the Pokemon games since high school. So the first one came out in 96. And that says how old I am. I was last year of high school.
I've only played Pearl in the Pearl remake.
Was 96. Yeah. I had Game Boy Brick. I played
Game Boy Brick.
I had blue and my brother had red.
I had Pearl, my brother had Diamond. I don't know, that's what we call it now, the Game Boy Brick. Because it's a brick. You can beat somebody over the head with that damn thing.
Drop that in a sock with some batteries and just club somebody with it.
With the Game Boy use double A's? That's heavy enough.
Yeah, four double A batteries.
4 double A's. God damn. How long did those last? For like 2 seconds?
No, for the Nintendo, because it was black and white. There was no backlit screen. That thing lasted for 10, 12 hours.
10, 12 hours? Could you imagine having to go through 4 batteries every 10, 12 hours? God, man.
No, it wasn't like
so many parents probably went bankrupt just buying AA batteries. Be like, Jimmy, I just bought you fucking AA, because we didn't have Amazon Basics back in the days. So you were buying some.
Yeah, there were a lot of batteries there. It wasn't like the Genesis though. God, the Game Gear, 6 AA batteries, and you were lucky to get 45 minutes out of that.
What? 45 minutes?
It was a 8-bit color screen with backlit. That thing burned through AA's like it was no tomorrow.
Golly, I don't even know how many batteries I went through on my Game Boy Advance, because I had an Advance. I think it was my first Game Boy. I think my cousin had a Game Boy Color, but I remember playing the Spawn game on Game Boy Color.
Skytex brought something up that actually was true back in the 90s. Not everyone spent nearly as much time on electronics, especially handheld. You were more apt, if you wanted to spend a long amount of time on a game, it was going to be something that was plugged into a wall typically. So
so like the SpongeBob TV games, with the nose.
I don't remember
Wait,
that.
Do I gotta show you? God damn it! Here we go.
No, I did the same thing as Skytex did when I was a kid and I had my Game Gear.
You never had one of these?
Battery.
Fuck no.
I bought a wall plug pass through.
What?
So that way I could play the Game Gear.
How did you not have one of these? Look, I want to know how many people shoved this up their ass.
Clip
Well,
that, please. That's part of his new intro.
only one of you has non-working arms, and it's the one with non-working arms that did it.
He I need a statistic of how many people shoved this nose thing up their ass, or even more occurs. Wait, Spider-Man TV game.
No. The one that actually got recalled.
This one, that one.
Oh, that's got some girth to it.
Yeah. How many people you think fucking rode this shit like a dildo? Come on, bro.
No. The one that I recall hearing about was the Harry Potter Nimbus 2000 one that vibrated.
What? Wait, Harry Potter.
You never
Nimbus.
look this shit up.
2000.
It was the one of the first big merch releases.
Oh,
They had to
somebody
recall it.
definitely shoved this up their ass. Oh, definitely.
No. What happened was girls were using this thing, and because it vibrated, some shit went down, and parents found out about it, and it was like the next release or they recalled it. But yeah, this is like a thing.
Stink bug. I wasn't far off. I
years.
said shove it up their ass. I was close. They shoved it up their pussy.
Yeah,
I was close enough, okay? I was close enough.
you were 3 inches off.
Yeah, I was 3 inches off, I was just a gooch away from it. God, fuck it. I mean, back in the days, man, these women had to get creative, Some women, they would take their Nokia, put it on vibrate, and go to town. Had to do what you had to do.
How did we get here?
We didn't have the plethora of things to shove in your cooter like we do now.
Cucumbers were still a thing in the fucking 90s.
Yeah,
Come
but that
on.
doesn't vibrate. They want the vibration. They want it. It needs to be ribbed, like a ribbed wallet. Go to ribbed-wallet.com.
Yep.
Yep,
Ribbed
real
for your
website.
pleasure.
The Clam Slammer 9000. Yes. Somebody had to do it, man. No, you do not put the Tamagotchi in your vagina. Do not do that.
Eventually lost it. Everyone lost their fucking Tamagotchi. Or it died.
I didn't even have a Tamagotchi. I had the dollar store knockoff Tamagotchis that would die in like 2 seconds. Like if you didn't feed them for like 2 seconds, they're like, bleh. I'm like, what the fuck? I fed you like 2 minutes ago. I can't even sleep. I can't even sleep, bro. I can't go to sleep because it's dead when I wake up. Like, what the hell? What kind of baby is this?
Wow.
Jesus, mother of God. I as a kid, I guess I was learning what it was like to be a parent before I even knew it. Some schools did like the egg experiment, where you had to take care of an egg. Me, I was there with my dollar store Tamagotchi. I guess it was a sign I wasn't meant to be a parent because that shit would die all the time.
The rest of us had like sea monkeys and crabs.
I will not be a father one day, Skytex. We've already established this is not happening. I'm not doing it. It's literally not happening. I think that Tamagotchi taught me a lesson. Okay? It was a sign.
Ban me harder, Daddy.
Yes, ban me harder, Daddy. God, if I can't be trusted with a goddamn dollar store Tamagotchi, I don't think you can trust me with a living, breathing child. My cats, it's even a miracle that they're still alive.
This is quite a segue. How do we get here?
I don't know. Somehow, we were talking about Pokemon, somehow it turned into weird game objects that got shoved up people's asses. I mean, that's pretty typical for TISM Thursday, so I don't think it's that far away from how we usually go with things. But yeah, fuck Nintendo, I guess. Another company that I do not like, Apple.
Speaking of not talking about Apple, it would be an impressive trick watching somebody take one of those Rubik's cubes, shove them up there, and rework it.
Oh, you best believe there's somebody out there that solved the Rubik's cube with their sphincter.
They used the Kegels and they
that's
fixed
some
it.
impressive clenching.
Like some people just like to show off their blowjob skills by twisting a cherry stem into a knot. But then some people are like, well, I can do a Rubik's Cube with my asshole. No Vaseline needed.
Want to see a magic trick? Kabam! And it's gone.
One guy, one Rubik's Cube. But anyways, on to like Apple. I found this interesting, mostly not for the product itself, but just because I need to rant about this whole entire, I guess, subgenre that has now been spawning out of phones. But they just came out with the iPhone Air, which is right after Samsung just recently came out with the Samsung Galaxy Edge. I guess it's technically a relaunch because they had the Edge back in the days, but it's not the same thing. Basically, it's just phone, but skinnier. We took phone, we made it thinner. And I'm sitting here like, but who asked for that? Why would you want your phone to be thinner? Phones are already fragile enough. You look at them wrong and they crack.
Because the iPad Air is a thing.
But
I don't have one.
But that makes sense. The Air for the iPad has like a meaning to it. When you get like a MacBook Air, an iPad Air, the whole point of iPad, like the Air, means that it is thinner, but it also means it doesn't have a fan. That's what the Air is supposed to mean. Like it's fanless, it's passively cooled, it's also smaller. But iPhones, they never had a fan in the first place, so it's just thinner. That's it.
They're embracing the nanotechnology. Eventually, it's going to be the thickness of a fucking receipt.
Nobody asked for thinner phones, man. They're fragile. Phones are, like, you drop a phone without a case, you're 100% the whole screen is cracked. And like this, it's like just, I mean, yes, the durability test, apparently it is decently durable to like bending, but still, like, who wants a thinner phone? I want a phone
I'm a klutz.
I want phones that have more features. I want phones with more battery life, better screens, better processors, better cooling. I don't want a thinner phone. Like, that's
iPhone cardboard.
Yeah, iPhone cardboard. But shit, we're next gonna be the iPhone credit card. It's gonna be literally the thickness of a credit card. I don't think anybody's asking for that either.
In a credit card's defense, a credit card's way more rigid than this phone looks like it is.
That's true. Especially get some of the metal ones.
Oh yeah, that is true. You're not wrong about that. Have you ever tried to bend a fucking credit card? Some of them really put up a damn fight.
I have a Chase card here. This thing's metal.
Styrofoam.
Yeah,
this thing.
Wait, show us the numbers on the back. You know, the funny numbers on the back.
No, get fucked.
Damn it!
But like, no, what I should do is like get one of my old ones, but I don't know. I gotta go get my safe key, but I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, like the middle cards, they have some bend to them, but they're not going to break. These things will break.
Yeah, but and you're also giving up. It's already been shown you're giving up some cooling. Like, it gets hotter. You have to make the battery thinner, which means you get less battery life. Like the Samsung Galaxy Edge has pretty significant less battery life than its, I guess, non-Edge, competitor.
So they're edging and then they're not edging. Which is it?
I don't know.
Either
they can't
finish or move the fuck on.
They can't, to edge or not to edge. That is the question. I don't want phones to be thinner, man. Like, I'll look for phones. I will say have gotten really boring, but this is not really an innovation. Oh wow, we made it thinner. I want phones that have more innovation. Why do you think I bought a Samsung Flip? I bought the Flip because it's actually something different. It's not just a fucking slab. It has a fucking cool ass fucking folding screen. It folds into a small little rectangle that barely takes up any real estate in my pocket. The fold can fold out to a decently sized like mini tablet. They're about to have the G Fold, which is going to be a trifold from Samsung. So it's going to fold out to even.
Sounds like a sex position.
Yes, G Fold. Hey girl, want to practice G Fold? I'll find your G Fold.
Oh, that reminds me of Skytex's question. It's an important question Skytex was asking the other day. Is what's more dangerous, running with scissors or scissoring with the runs?
Oh.
I think it was running with the runs, but it could be both of those.
That's a toss-up. I don't know. I don't know which one is worse. Damn.
Running with
Sheesh.
scissors or scissoring with the runs.
But yeah, like we want innovation in phones, and I hope this is not gonna be a trend where it's like every phone maker's like, okay, we gotta have our own, because you know when iPhone does something or Apple does something, everybody else wants to do it. So then now everybody's like, oh, we're gonna have our thin phone. I'm like, but nobody asked for a thin phone in the first place. I never thought that phones were too thick. I thought they were already getting too thin. Like, I'm not saying
to take people away from wanting their phone, the phone that you could customize, where you can pop parts out and pop other parts in.
Also,
remember how everybody wanted one of those?
Oh yeah, I do remember what you're talking about.
They're
yeah.
like, well, you could just repair it yourself. And we don't want you to repair shit yourself.
No, they don't. They hate what Louis Rossmann has spread.
That's true.
They want that guy dead. Like, it's either Charlie Kirk or Louis Rossmann. Like, people want one of the two dead.
Well, one's already dead, so but I feel like also the stem phone thing is also cheating, because do you see how big of a camera bump that is? That's kind of cheating. How you gonna be like the phone is thinner, but it's got like an extra like half an inch of just camera bump or a whole inch of camera bump? That feels like cheating to me.
It's bumped for her pleasure.
Yeah,
It really is.
It's got a nice little bump, you know, for when they shove it in their cooter, because I mean somebody's gonna do it.
I couldn't help but notice the size of your camera bulge.
Is that an iPhone Air in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
I see your camera bulge is as big as mine.
Uwu notices bulge.
So, like, I'm looking at the one I have, and you can see, like, even with the fucking case, the camera bulges out a little bit. Like, and I have to have a case on this thing. If I don't, this company phone, they're gonna fucking take it out of my.
I have a thick ass D brand case on my Flip, because like, yeah, it is pretty thin without the case, and obviously it looks better without the case, but like, it's fragile. I don't want to fucking break it. I've never gone naked on any phone ever, because I know that that's a stupid thing to do. Maybe back in the days when phones were like, had like plastic backs and shit, maybe. But these days,
You won't go naked on a phone, but you'll go naked on a SpongeBob controller.
Oh, you best believe that I make exceptions, okay? There are exceptions to the rule. My favorite was a Samsung slider phone. Oh, the
Yes!
slider phone.
So, interesting story. This year, I think, there was like a weird patent on slider phones, which is why they all fucking went away. Some douchebag either did a trademark or a patent on the slider phones with the physical keyboard. I think that expired like back in June or something of this year. So we'll probably start seeing slider phones again, hopefully. Hutaru had a slider phone. It was like one of her most favorite phones on the fucking planet. But then if you noticed, they all fucking went away. And I hope they come back.
Pretty cool.
I don't think that would come back. I think physical keyboards is still pretty niche. I think most people are okay with having the digital keyboard.
People would swear by those stupid Blackberries.
They do.
I don't know, because BlackBerry
were...
tried to do it, didn't they? They tried to come back like many years ago with like their own Android phone that had a physical keyboard, and they immediately failed.
Yeah, they went. It's because they went bankrupt a while back.
It was. They did. They had some like bad management or something, and they lost all of their money. They're like Sprint. They just made bad decisions.
I don't think anybody's really clamoring for physical keyboards anymore. It's cool, but I don't think anybody's really clamoring for it. I don't really know what the next trend in phones is going to be. I hope it's not this thin shit. This is such a bad trend. I thought it was going to be folding phones. People keep calling folding phones a gimmick, and I don't know why they're calling it a gimmick, because unlike making it thinner, the fold actually adds functionality. Like the actual fold itself, you can flip it open to a big ass screen for like reading and looking at websites and shit. And with the Flip, yes, it has less functionality because the Flip literally is just a flip phone, but at least it's technically functional because you open it to a full size phone, you close it to a little tiny square that fits in your pocket. Especially, there's a reason why this is popular with women, because it fits more easily in a purse, or God forbid, female pockets. Because trust me, I have a lot of female pants and no fucking pockets. And those slab phones do not fit in female pockets. So
I think I know what the next trend is. It's going to be the codec from Metal Gear. It's going to basically be an ear pod. You'll have to probably like have a tie-in with like a watch or something,
it's not
or
a
it'll be an
phone.
app on your phone. But like it'll probably be just the speaker and the microphone will be really high quality, but it'll be like so fucking buried in your ear, and it'll just be like the codec from Metal Gear.
You're just talking
I think
about. You're
I
just
think
talking
that's the
about.
goal.
You're just talking about Google Glass, but not shit.
No, it's gonna be like a thing inside your ear that'll barely be visible.
We don't need.
I think that's
We
the
don't
next
need
goal.
anal phones. You could be like that chess player that had the vibrating butt plug.
Oh yeah, that was a thing, wasn't it?
You were on that TISM Thursday, where Skytech sent me a Reddit post of a guy talking about how he used a vibrating butt plug to cheat at chess. And he was talking about the whole like process of like how he did it. I was like, okay, well, that's
How magical it was for him.
Yep, I'm sure he did it for the chess. I'm sure it was for the chess. Augmented reality, I don't think that's coming for a long time. Even virtual reality is still fucking niche. I mean, they're still making small little progressions to virtual reality, but I mean, that's still a gimmick.
The thing about AR is we have the foundation of what it is. In order to make something practical, it needs to solve a problem. Cell phones solved a problem of speaking while out in the world. And then we've just gotten everything else of it. AR needs to solve a problem of whatever's like it needs to solve a problem that a phone cannot. FaceTiming, not exactly that great. Can AR solve FaceTiming? Don't know. Someone needs to fuck around with that, or they need to find a way where AR, whether it be shopping, zooming, I don't know, pick a fucking subject that involves technology and communication.
I think
AR needs to solve.
I think AR will actually be dystopian. Can you imagine what's going to happen? Could you imagine having a fucking thing on your face? Well, let's say somebody makes it to where it face scans people and instantly gives you their first and last names. But then they can use that to cross reference and dox you or something. Like AR is going to be the end of all like privacy. Could you imagine?
For security, people will buy that shit. The PD already has that, which I didn't know about until like about a year ago, where PD's cars will just scan the fuck out of every license plate, every vehicle that they can, and they're just constantly searching databases for warrants, expired tags. Apparently, insurance companies are going to feed in their information. Whoever doesn't have insurance, they're going to be able to give them a ticket. Like, AR is being utilized in weird, crazy ways. So how is it going to be utilized for the general public? Which, like, it's going to be used for government first before it goes public. Like, cordless drills were originally designed, I think, by NASA to help with astronauts in space because you didn't have a fucking cord to plug into. And then eventually we got civilianized versions of it. So how is AR going to be civilianized? That's going to help us in our life. That's the question that I would pose.
Dystopian. Like I said, maybe the rapture should have happened. we're
Here's the problem: as soon as they figure out a use for it, Nintendo's going to patent it, and then
oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Damn it. Yep.
You can no longer play game where you have but well, I'm just thinking of Pokemon Go, but with augmented reality. Because that's probably what they would do. People still play Pokemon Go, apparently. I didn't know that. I didn't know people still play that game.
Oh yeah, it's still popular.
Did they sell it?
Well, maybe they did. I don't know, but during COVID, it was popular.
I thought they sold it or something.
Yeah, they're making
it's
a
still a
Pokemon
thing.
Park. You know, they're going to use that as an excuse to sell people on going to this special park in Japan. So you can catch special Pokemon on your Pokemon Go app.
It's always funny when I hear people talk about Pokemon Go, like, oh, like, I need to go. I'm like, what, bro, you're still playing that? Shit, I gave that up after the craze was over, man. I mean, it was fun while it lasted, man. It was fun. It was definitely fun walking around town. Like, me and my buddies would go to this one specific park, and everybody there was playing Pokemon Go. We're all walking the track, picking up the Pokestops as we went. Everybody, there would be like a spotting of a Pokemon. Everybody would run to one specific spot, and then me and my buddy tried to be entrepreneurs, and we got a cooler full of liquids, and we would try to sell people drinks at the park.
It was, let's see, when did Pokemon?
And I even had like
I
even had like a sign that said Pokestop on it. I made like a sign and everything. I did, and no, I did not have a what's it called? A permit.
When I was working in the paper industry, it was 2016 because Trump obviously won. I remember talking with some of the operators, and I asked them like, "Oh, have you guys played your Pokemon Go yet?" Because like everyone was talking about it. Apparently, HR from it was the mill. It was one of the mills here. HR sent out a letter and then personally went to every station in the mill and had a talk with everyone to make sure that there would be no Pokemon Go being played on mill grounds because it was a safety issue. You'd have people on their phones. This is obviously the scenario that they build is someone would be on their phone and they'd walk into like a calendar roller, which I'm not going to go into that, but it would be a roller and then like fucking kill them while they were playing Pokemon Go. So HR and everyone higher up just said no Pokemon Go on mill grounds. And I don't know if they managed to like get the developers to yank the location mapping off their property or what, but yeah, it was a big deal.
Probably. I mean, I know that they had to do that with like people going to the Holocaust Museum to catch ghost Pokemon.
Wow. Yeah.
God, I love that so much in a very morbid way. Hey, everybody head to the site of 9/11. There's a shiny Arceus. Oh, I love it. Hey,
I don't know what an Arceus is.
I'm here at Auschwitz and I just caught a Snorlax.
No problems there.
Yeah, totally no issues there. I don't know. So every once in a blue moon, I'll see somebody playing it. I'm just like, okay, well, I won't, but I'm glad some people somehow can find fun in it. It was a fad. It was fun while it lasted. It's time to move on. But some people just can't.
Pokemon Go is probably better than having the iPhone Air. I'll concede to that. It's probably better than the iPhone Air.
That's not saying much. This is just a waste of this is a waste of a phone, man. I don't care what people are saying, oh, it's actually decent, but I'm like, yeah, but it's so unnecessary. Who is this for?
How much is this thing?
It's for everyone who loves Apple.
I guess.
Pretty much.
The only things I have of Apple is I have an iPad Air before they switched over to the M1 chip, so it's pretty outdated by today's standards. It still works. I have a MacBook Air M1, which is a good laptop, good battery life, good for editing on the go. No fan, so it's better than my previous laptop that I had. And then I have an iPhone XR that I use for my VTube tracking. But like, that's it. I don't ever plan on switching to iPhone for like my main phone. That is. Man. What? How much does it cost?
$1,000.
$1,000 for thin?
And how much does this thing weigh? They usually give like the grams.
Did they catch a Jigglypuff? See what you did there.
Wow. Damn, that's
a Gorper Puff. A fucking $1,000 for a damn phone just because it's a little bit thinner. Great, that sounds like a deal. Sign me up. Like, yes, my phone was like $1,100, but it's got a folding screen, so I kind of expect to pay a premium.
The iPhone Air weighs 165 grams or 5.82 ounces. That's an expensive piece of nothing.
Well, I guess we'll have to see if it's popular. Somebody, obviously, people are gonna buy it. It's like Nintendo, literally the same. There's like a Venn diagram between Nintendo fanboys and Apple fanboys. They're about the same when it comes to overlooking all the problems of the company, waving it off, buying things without questioning. That there's a very they definitely aren't mutually exclusive. I will say that. These two people probably are one and the same.
They fit into the consumer category perfectly.
Don't ask questions, just consume product and then get excited for next product.
Thanks, Red Letter Media. Thanks for summarizing that.
Look, man, that quote means more now than it ever did before, okay? Because that's what consumers do. I ask questions. I do research on almost everything before I buy it.
Except dildos.
Except for dildos, because I mean, what research is there to do? You shove it in your ass and you call it a day. I mean, shit. What do I really need to look at a spreadsheet to know all the features? This has got 5.2 nanonewtons of vibrating plunging power.
So there's torque built in this shit? That's what nanometers is. It's a torquing.
It puts out 20 joules of vibration. I don't fucking know. Do I look like a goddamn physicist? Read the reviews.
Hang on.
Oh yeah, 1-star review. This dildo ruined my marriage. 1 out of 5 stars. It made me realize how small my husband's dick is. 1 out of 5 stars. That would be for like the Moby Huge.
20 joules. Time 1 second.
I don't know what.
That's only 20.
I don't know what joule. I went looking. I have no reference for what a joule is.
Joule is a certain kind of power. I didn't know what it was, so I put it into a watts converter. 20 joules is only 20 watts. It's actually not much. Surprisingly.
I don't know. Like if you look up like for instance, racing wheels for like PC or console, whatever. One of the things that they advertise is like this wheel has 20 joules or no, newtons. They use newtons, I think, for steering wheels. They'll be like, it's got 20 newtons of force feedback or something like that. And you looked it up and you're like, wait, that's enough. That's enough to fucking break my wrist. Why the fuck would I want that? Why would I want enough fucking power in a damn force feedback wheel to break my wrist if I... What? No. What? That's excessive.
It's got a Hemi.
It's got a Hemi, yes. Need to find reviews for the Clam Slammer 9000 V2 with gas electric hybrid engine. God damn, he's on the cutting edge of whole exploration technology.
The problem is because it's gas, it will be banned in California.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Not if you go down,
especially if it's 2-stroke.
Not if you go to one of the sundown towns, you'll be okay. It's got 20 Jimmy neutrons. Yes, 20 Jimmy neutrons of power. I'm having a brain blast.
That'll be the next product from Taco Bell. You've heard of the Baja Blast. Get ready for the Brain Blast.
Nah, you've heard the Baja Blast. Now get ready for the Sphincter Blast. This new Chipotle burrito is guaranteed to give you dysentery for 10 days.
Gotta call it something besides the sphincter. That's too many syllables for some people.
Oh yeah, you're right. We can't call it anal blast. I feel like that's too on the nose.
What's wrong with ass blaster?
It's also too on the nose. That won't pass the FCC.
Mass blaster. You add a letter to it. That's how you get around it.
Gas blaster. I don't know. The same woman will say, men just can't get me off. They're all terrible. Yeah, that's what you probably see. I wish I could look up like dildo reviews, but that'd probably get me banned. So we're not going to do that. But I'm sure that's
a different kind of TISM.
Yeah, that's a different kind of TISM right there. Maybe if you can find one that won't get me banned, then we can look at it. But I'm not going to search that up. Doo-doo bombs. Yeah, doo-doo bombs. I mean, that's just going to Taco Bell in general. You go to Taco Bell, you're definitely going to end up with diarrhea.
Oh, he made it. The Clam Rattler 900.
What?
It's in the chat.
Booty Berry Blast. Yeah, Booty Berry Blast. That's going to be the next Mountain Dew flavor. God damn.
Damn. This got
speaking of
really
speaking of booty, you know what's one of our favorite booty ass fucking creators, Pirate Software.
Our favorite, who worked at Blizzard for 7 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Pirate Downey Jr.
Yes. But
Yes.
I saw this video come across my feed from a creator named Dustin Eden, who does a lot of like driving content. Or driving games content, like, the Need for Speeds, Gran Turismo's, Forza, whatever, those games. That's his anchor, one could say. But he put out a video about this indie developer who he's basically calling the next Pirate Software. And obviously, we're not going to watch the whole video or whatever. But if you watch the video, yeah, he's not technically wrong. This guy's lack of self-awareness is definitely at least up there with old Thor. The TLDR is that there is a indie developer trying to do a spiritual remake of Sega Rally. Never played Sega Rally, but apparently there's a pretty big little niche group of people who are really big fans of Sega Rally. But this guy is trying to do his own spiritual successor to Sega Rally. And at first you're like, okay, it's just a fan wanting to bring back an abandoned series by a big publisher. That happens all the time. But this developer, he's just a little bit weird, to say the least. At first, it starts out kind of innocent, kind of maybe just a little bit, maybe he's a little bit annoying, maybe lacks some social awareness. But then it just progressively gets worse as you keep watching the video and seeing how his behavior got weirder and weirder over the years. At first, his weirdest thing he would do is he would always advertise his project on like popular YouTubers like tweets or something. And be like, hey, you should check out my project for Sega Rally, blah, blah, blah. Like, which is at worst, it's just bad etiquette. As Dustin says in this video, if you really want like a YouTuber to check out your project, just hit them up in like their business email. That's usually the way to get things done. If you really want somebody to check out your project, the professional way to do it is to hit them up in a business email and be like, hey, here's what I'm doing. Here's my project. If you like, check it out. Here's a Steam key or something. If you would like to, or maybe some material if you haven't released anything yet. That's usually how you do it.
Yep.
So at first that was just like, okay, just bad etiquette, right? But it gets even worse because then you start seeing all this like these bad takes on Twitter and stuff, flip-flopping on things. One of the things he flip-flopped was way back in the days, he was saying like, oh yeah, my project is going to be optimized for the Steam Deck. And I think that this is really important to optimize for the Steam Deck. And then just years later, he's like, why would anybody optimize their game for Steam Deck, especially indie developers? Like, why would any indie developer want to waste their time optimizing for the Steam Deck and compromising on their vision, which is just a dumb take already. And Dustin puts it very well in this video where he says like, and he actually shows proof of this at one point where he shows that the Steam Deck audience is much different than the PC Steam audience. Like people on Steam on PC are mostly playing Counter-Strike, Dota, PUBG, like very big name games. If you look at the top selling Steam Deck games, you get a lot of indie games and a lot of smaller games. Why? Because that's what the Steam Deck is good for. It might not be able to play the newest AAA game, but it's really good for playing indie games and smaller titles. So that's already a bad take because that's what succeeds on the Steam Deck. It's indie games, smaller titles. So that's bad advice for any indie developer to listen to. Do not listen to that. If you can make it happen on the Steam Deck, make it happen. Now, I understand if you're not able to do it, maybe your project is just too ambitious for the Steam Deck. That's understandable. Don't force it, But if you can do it, why not? That's potentially way more eyes on your game because people on the Steam Deck tend to play more games too. They play more variety of games and they play more games versus the PC where it is primarily a whole bunch of like popular, like a handful of popular titles like Counter-Strike, Dota, PUBG, you know, name it. So it's just bad advice. It's already bad advice. But then somehow,
Fanboy Simulator.
yes, that would be a perfect game. Actually, the visual novels would be good for the Steam Deck because who's going to sit at their PC and play a visual novel? You know what I mean? There's certain games that are like made for mobile or made for like situations where it's like, are you really going to sit at a PC and play like a visual novel? It doesn't really feel fitting. There's just certain games that feel weird to sit at a computer and play. You know what I mean?
A little bit.
Yeah.
But hey, if that's something that you primarily play, it might not stick out to you. A first person dedicated player playing a visual novel, that'll probably like be way out of territory for them. But
yeah,
I think it depends on the situation. Yeah.
So that's already weird enough, but it somehow gets even weirder with this developer. So here's some little bit of a preamble or like backstory context. There is like a fan ran Discord for Sega Rally. Damn, he's gonna miss the story.
I'm listening. Keep going.
Oh, okay. So there's a fan ran Discord for Sega Rally. A small little group of people who are very passionate about Sega Rally, which you see this all the time, a bunch of fan ran Discords for like old and forgotten games or maybe niche games or whatever. So there's this fan ran Discord for Sega Rally. This developer is on the staff team for said Sega Rally fan Discord. Not really all that surprising. He's obviously very passionate about Sega Rally to the point where he's making his own fucking spiritual remake. So whatever, okay? Makes sense. And then there was people in the community of this Discord who were trying to squash some issues they were having running Sega Rally on modern hardware. Because, you know, a lot of old games do not want to run on modern hardware. They have a bunch of graphical issues, and usually it's up to fans to make fan patches and make changes to make these games run. And they had somebody in mind who they wanted to invite to the Discord who they knew would be the guy to fix the issue with getting Sega Rally games to run on modern hardware. So they try to reach out to the guy and like, hey, we're trying to fix this issue. We're trying to get this shit running. We think you're the guy that can do it. Here's the invite link to the Discord, you know, so we can like discuss this and work on this, right? Makes sense. That's what niche communities are going to do. So this guy tries to join the Discord only to find out that he had already been preemptively banned from said fan Discord. He was already pre-banned from the Discord before he was even invited. Turns out that the developer in question and this guy that they were trying to bring into the community had disagreements on Twitter over, I guess, the developer's like bad takes and weird behavior over his own project.
Oh, wow.
So this developer decided to take it upon himself to preemptively ban this guy from the Discord. Obviously, it's found out what happened. The owner of the server, who had been dormant for like months, he had not participated in the community for months. He was kind of, you know, MIA. That usually happens with smaller communities. A lot of times people that run the Discord might, you know, go off and do other things for a time. But he comes out of hibernation when he finds out about this. And he's like, wait, what the hell's going on? So he comes out of hibernation and he strips this developer of his, you know, staff, his admin privileges. Obviously, because he's obviously abused them over personal beefs and is actively hurting the community. And this guy obviously has a bit of a crash out over it. Because you took away his Discord mod powers. No, my Discord mod powers. What am I gonna do? I'm no longer a Discord mod. No. Well, maybe now you can get some pussy. I mean, probably not, but maybe. And then I think that's the most of like the really weird behavior. But then there's other like whispers that, oh, I think there was a demo for his project. Because one thing that a lot of people have been saying that's very similar to Pirate is that he keeps talking about this thing he's working on but doesn't produce results, right? Because Pirate Software was working on his game for how fucking long?
7 years. 8
Yeah,
years.
and then he eventually came out with it, but it was fucking barely any fucking content. Doo-doo water. And
shit.
yeah, so this developer was talking about this project for so long, wasn't really producing anything. He had like screenshots or whatever that might honestly did look promising. You can kind of see some of these screenshots here. They don't look bad. It's being built in Unreal Engine, although Dustin does
Look at these assets I bought.
Although Dustin does point out that it just looks like every other Unreal Engine 5 like game, which it probably does. Once you've seen enough Unreal Engine 5 games, you've kind of seen them all, because a lot of developers are really lazy and don't actually try to add art style. Obviously, he could add art style later on. There's a process to it, right? But after all these years of talking about his project, hyping it up like it's gonna be great, it's gonna be awesome, but then it just kind of looks eh. Apparently there was a demo at some point or another, but it got taken down, and I think it's pretty obvious why, because you can kind of see it from this screenshot. He has cars in the game that he has no rights for. You can't just put these cars in the game without having the licensing. That's not how that works. You gotta get licensing from the car maker. He also has the liveries from the game that have a bunch of company names on it. They obviously also doesn't have the licensing for. You can't just put fucking Audi's name, Castrol's name on your projects without getting permission from the company. That's probably why it was taken down. And then some people are saying behind the scenes he's been trying to get into Sega's back pocket to get them to support his project. Where he's trying to be like, hey, guys, I'm really passionate about your Sega Rally game. I'm working on a remake. Would you guys like to get on board with it? I'm like,
that's the pocket that he's trying to get in.
The pocket pussy, yes. Or pocket pear. That too.
Prison wallet.
Does that ever really work though? Does that really ever work to try to hit up a company and say, hey, I'm working on a project. Would you guys like to support it? Because I don't think that usually ever turns into anything.
It depends. It really depends. Epic is still kicking themselves in the ass, like foot, leg, and all, because they turned down the developers of Dota. And since then, like, their business decisions have been trying to capture, at least for a while anyways, I think they've calmed down a little bit, but Epic was out trying to capture anything and everything that the community made and try and monetize it, because they regretted so much that they turned down Dota. And then Valve's like, hey, what, you want to come over here? We'll publish your game. And Epic just like snubbed their nose, and Dota's fucking huge now. And what has Epic got? An engine?
Fortnite. That's pretty much
Fortnite?
it. Fortnite. That's it. That's their one and all, plus the engine. It's the engine and Fortnite. That's the thing that's keeping Epic alive right now. Literally. That's it.
So I think it definitely depends on the project. They're usually with a major publisher, they want enough of a vertical slice that it wouldn't take very many resources to finish the thing, because they essentially want to just buy you out and have you put a few touches on it and then just milk the fuck out of whatever you've made. They don't really want to put money into anything. That's not how publishers typically do shit, especially if they are investors.
I don't think I really don't think it would have worked anyways, because Sega, does Sega really care about Sega Rally? Come on, man.
It's not even that. He produced a game, he put a bunch of copyrighted shit into this game that he's making without permission. This tells
Mhm.
companies that he is willing to cut corners and do whatever he wants to do, and that is a liability.
Oh
And they're
yeah,
not
that's a
going
good.
to
That's a
touch him with a 10-foot pole.
that's a good point. I didn't even
No.
think about it like that. Yeah, that's not the right way to do it. If he maybe presented them like, I don't know, like maybe something more generic, like with cars that obviously don't have bunch of company names on it and obviously aren't licensed cars, and he showed them more like a I guess what would be the technical term for it, just a little
Just Teemoify it.
like a tech, what do they call it, tech tech demo.
A tech demo.
Yeah, if you show them like a tech demo, maybe. But even then, I still don't think Sega would have hopped on. I mean, they really, what is Sega doing these days? They're definitely not doing fucking Sega Rally. I'm pretty sure one of Sega's biggest properties is Yakuza or Like a Dragon.
I mean, if they really were into it and they wanted to lose more money like they did with Concord, then yeah, they'd be all in it.
Can I make an observation?
Wait,
so there's your
Concord.
tabs.
Wait, Concord. I said Sega, not Sony.
What's it? Yeah. But still, it's a massive money sink. So there's your tabs in the video or in the screen that you're sharing. But then in the video, look at how many fucking tabs are open to the person that's a Dustin Eden. Like, he's got so many tabs open.
He's like Kirsha.
I just noticed it. Yep. But yeah, this wouldn't work. If he had gone out and manually negotiated the rights to get this product or made generic versions and had done all of this like heavy lifting that a lot of Sony wouldn't need to do, he might actually get their attention.
Sega,
But
not
instead,
Sony.
like, yeah, Sega, 2 S's. It's similar, but instead he did just an asset flip, which anybody can do. I can do an asset flip in 24 hours if you gave me time to. Like, it's not difficult to do. Like, you need to actually get the foundations and be serious about it. It kind of seems like he's hoping to just do a proof of concept, but barely even that. And yeah, he's just going to get snubbed by these big names.
What do you mean my little white kitty t-shirt isn't going to sell you on it?
I just found it's mostly just the behavior of this developer that, like, damn, like, have you learned nothing? Acting pompous and acting better than everybody does it gets you nowhere. If, like, how are you going to sit there and like be annoying in the already niche community? The Sega Rally community, I have a feeling, is not very big, right? This is a game that's very fucking old. That series has been dormant for over a goddamn decade. So it's already pretty damn niche. So
95.
How are you going to come into this community, kind of make a bad name for yourself, and then think that you're going to somehow get into the good graces of a multi-million-dollar, probably billion-dollar company like Sega? And I'd be like, oh yeah, we'll definitely give you some money to make a Sega Rally remake, even though it's a lot harder than that because you got to license the cars, there's a lot of fucking boxes to check and T's to cross and I's to dot.
If I'm wanting to see, there is a way that you can like hype this up. He's doing this himself. If he wanted to get some attention, one of the things that he could have done is gotten himself attached, or at least within the proximity of actual developers who either may have been part of Sega, may have been part of other names, but are known for making racing games. Get someone who maybe is a celebrity game dev, someone maybe formally like a Mark Laidlaw from Valve, or someone like that. Was it Marty O'Donnell? Like, was willing to reach out to, like, get some names that are willing to endorse this, make a presentation, get a better proof of concept, do some play testing with people, and then write your proposal, and then go to Sega and say, here's the names of the people that I'm working with. Here's what we've done so far. We play tested. Here's our reports of what we've done. We've done a bunch of footwork. What do you think? And if they turn it down, you go somewhere else. you don't go to Sega. You keep bouncing around. But this guy, it sounds like he didn't do any. You need some names on top of this. A name that comes to mind, a game that comes to mind, is what eventually became Friday the 13th, the game. It originally started as Summer Camp, like Summer Camp Killer or something like that. They were just a bunch of nobody developers, but they got the attention of Kane Hodder, and they want to do mocap. Kane Hodder would love the idea, but he also reached out to the people that he knew and said, hey, these guys are wanting to make a game. Can we get the rights to call it Friday the 13th? Boom, Friday the 13th, the game. That's how you got that. You get some name to help get you into the industry a little bit, but you start small. You start very small. This guy trying to go right to the top.
And this is a novel concept. I know you could just make a spiritual successor that doesn't need to be Sega Rally. Like, do not have licensed cars. Do not obviously you could be inspired by Sega Rally. You can make your Sega Rally inspired game, but it doesn't need to be Sega Rally. Doesn't need to have Sega Rally name on it. Just make that, put it out, and if people who like Sega Rally like the game, then cool. Maybe that can be your foot in the door eventually. Maybe. It's not guaranteed, but maybe. There's always a chance, right? There's always a chance. It's not zero. Just put out a spiritual successor. So many fans or just small studios have done spiritual successors to games that they either worked on before under a different studio and publisher, or a game that they really liked and they wanted to make a spiritual successor to. And to varying degrees of success, we've seen some that were good and some that were bad. I mean, you got Back 4 Blood. Yeah, that was supposed to be a spiritual successor by the actual developers of Left 4 Dead, but I don't know, they fucking fumbled the bag and fell on their face.
They overhyped.
That, I think it's also because they hyped way too much about the fact that they worked on Left 4 Dead 2. A lot of developers do that too. When they make spiritual successors, they're like, from the makers of... It's same thing with Callisto Protocol. From the makers of Dead Space. I'm like, y'all keep hyping it up, falling back on the fact that we made this very popular game, so buy our game. Stop. They do the same thing with movies. From the writers of the Blair Witch Project comes generic horror movie number 5 in theaters now.
Unfortunately, that very type of marketing works so well for the Blumhouse production. But the reason Blumhouse can get away with it is they can make a shit movie, but because it only costs like $5 to $7 million and they bring in $50 million, they don't fucking care. They made Green.
It should just
change. So they'll continue to do it.
Should change the name to Slop House. It is horror slop.
It is absolutely slop. They'll film shots of film from Jason Blum's house, looking over like Los Angeles or some shit. And it's supposed to be corporate office. Like, no, it's fucking Jason Blum's house. Shut up. Because it was cheap. And he wanted to show off how big of a house he has, which is really just metaphor for how big his dick is.
Or small in this instance. It's usually an inverse relationship, but yes, same thing with lifted trucks and truck nuts and Confederate flags on the back of your lifted truck. But yes, like developers that do this tastefully, I don't even know if Embark Studios ever even markets the fact that they worked at DICE. People know that the studio contains a bunch of former DICE members, but I don't think they ever really bring up the fact that they are former DICE. They just are a studio that has former Battlefield developers, and they make games, and people like their games because their games are good. They don't need to fall back on from the makers of Battlefield 3, the finals. Like, no, they don't need that. They just sit down and they make their game and they let the game speak for itself instead of, you're going to buy this game because we made other game that you liked very much well.
When you have to oversell your product and you have to constantly have callbacks, those of us who have been around a little bit, we know that you're usually trying to overcompensate for something. The less you try and sell on it, like, I didn't know this. I think like Japan, as far as from what I've learned, they don't use words like premium because Japan is already known for essentially having the quality. They don't need to have a modifier on the product that says like premium donut holes or premium dildos. You just know you get a dildo from Japan, it's fucking quality.
Yeah,
You don't need the proof.
Yeah, if you get it from Japan, it'll track like your rides per minute and I don't know, the newtons of thrust.
Back to the newtons again.
Yep, it's always back to sorry, joules. We'll use joules, you know. It had this many joules of thrust, you know, depends. I don't know if wait, is joules? I think joules is the American unit.
I don't know.
I don't remember it. What
The
the fuck is a kilometer?
The joules will stimulate your joules. That's all you need.
Oh hell yeah, that's a good slogan. We should add that to Ribbed Wallet. Find a way to fit that in there.
Scaly might need to get on this. That we'd need a battery powered wallet. It needs like to be one of those like 2033 quarter size battery, and 20 joules to jingle your joules or something like that.
Get on it, Scaly. This is your job. You're our Chat GPT expert or something like that. Or is that Skytext? I don't know. Maybe they can go back and forth on who is the extra
I
expert.
was writing music. What do you need?
He's not even listening. But anyway, yeah. Anyways, that I brought this topic up only because I was just like, damn, man, these game developers, man, they act a fool, and then they wonder why they get ousted from the communities that they wanted to be a part of. Like, just be normal. Don't slight other people. Like, how are you gonna slight a member of your niche community and then be surprised when you now become a fucking locale of your little niche community? Now you're getting called out by big, well, I would say pretty big name in like the racing game community. The racing game community itself is already kind of niche, you know.
Since we're on
I have no idea how hard it is to try and get this stupid thing to sound the way that I want it to sound.
Because it's AI, Scaly.
Since we're talking about developers, I don't think I shared this one. I'm gonna put one in the chat that is similar to developers not making the right decision, or not so much making the right decision, reevaluating their prices after games like Silk Song coming out. And like, I meant to actually talk about this on my own show, but the number of indie developers that came out and bitched about Silk Song being $20 was really surprising, coming from supposed indie developer over, oh, you priced your game too low. That's not fair. It's against the rules. Who the fuck made the rules? When were there rules?
Nintendo made
Riddle
the rules.
me that, people.
It's their fault. It's their fault that they're. I mean, I'm surprised they haven't patented charging $80 for a game. They might as well at this point. Yeah, give it time. I probably just made it happen now. They're actually listening in the background. Like, oh, write that down.
Yeah, but this one guy, I meant to go through and make a list of who is bitching about Silk Song so I can know to avoid these developers. But the fact that he says I can't afford to give it away for free, $20 is not free. $20 is $20. Whether it's a blowy or a game, it's $20. But yet this person is bitching as though Silk Song just ruined their opportunity to charge more. Charge more then. Fucking charge more. What the hell's your goddamn problem? You are not under Team Cherry. You are developer X29A. Like, I am blown away that people are bitching about the fact that an indie developer who spent 7 years making something just released it. Or did we bitch about the fact that the Oblivion remake just shadow fucking dropped with almost no warning? No, we loved that. Why are we bitching about Silk Song? Because it's a good game.
And it doesn't have a high price tag like every other game that wants $60, $70, $80, $90.
I love that this game is $20 and that is forcing devs to say, well, maybe I can't, maybe I shouldn't charge it. The fact that they're asking themselves, should I not charge nearly as much? Yeah, because you're getting fucking greedy. Don't charge $80 for an indie game.
Well,
You're not an indie game then.
It's a side effect of the fact that a lot of these developers, either out of greed or even more accurate, is budget inflation. Too many of these games want to charge or want to spend too much money developing these games to where they're kind of stuck and they have to charge a high price tag or else they're not going to really make their money back. I mean, not everybody can be like Rockstar. They're one of the only developers that can afford to somehow spend so long and like so many millions of dollars on a game because they're pretty much guaranteed to make it back.
Oh, when you read the article I sent you, it's no longer millions, apparently. It's billions.
Billions?
I didn't know.
Golly.
If you want to segue after this, like, we'll find out the supposed estimated cost of GTA 5. That blew my mind.
Wait, let's see.
But yeah, I think it's amazing.
GTA 6 gamers just learned how much GTA 5 cost to make. When GTA 5 was released, blah, 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 it says that it sold an estimated 215 million copies worldwide, which is a lot of fucking sales. Says, learned that the Grand Theft Auto entry released in 2013 cost an estimated $265 billion to make. And that return was made within 3 days, making $1 billion in sales. God damn. What GTA 5 has made an estimated I'm confused. It costs 265 billion? Do they mean million? Because if they wouldn't make their money back if they only made $1 billion. I think this is a typo. I think they meant to.
I'm wondering.
The logic doesn't make sense. Why would they said that it costs 265 billion to make, but they made the return in 3 days, making $1 billion. So I think they meant million.
It could be.
So GTA 5 cost 265 million to make, but made 1 billion within 3 days of release. That makes sense. And I can only imagine how much fucking GTA 6 is probably costing to make. That's probably at least, we're probably starting to approach $1 billion. I wouldn't even doubt if we're approaching almost $1 billion to develop this goddamn game. But they're going to make it back,
even if
unless it's actually bad.
I don't think it will be. I think it's going to be essentially like the way that Disney likes to perfect things and make everything like factory perfect. It's going to be a perfect corporate can of Coke. It's going to be exactly what the mainstream audience wants. And it's going to be monetized, not just in and out the ass, but in and out the fucking planet. Because as I've mentioned for months of my researching of it, there's a lot of investors who have an incentive for this game to succeed. So if it's like, let's say, we'll match Star Citizen, 800 million. You're expecting to make that after day one. At least. So the intention is
to be fair, Rockstar, and I never fully realized this, they literally have not made a bad game in their entire legacy. They pretty much have never flopped with any game or made any game that got said was bad. I mean, if you go back to like pretty much anything that they've ever made, whether it be GTA or Midnight Club, Red Dead Redemption, Manhunt 1 and 2, even like more obscure titles like Smuggler's Run, which that's a fucking deep cut. If nobody remembers Smuggler's Run.
Little bit. Scaly? Does that sound familiar? Smuggler's Run?
It basically ran like, it was like I would like to say it was like if you think about Midnight Club, but it was in like big open environments instead of like cities, and it wasn't about like racing. It was about like, well, it's called Smuggler's Run, so you like most of the gameplay was like picking up like cargo and running it to like it's basically just a big game of capture the flag. the way I like to describe it. They had a DLC for Smuggler's Run in GTA 5 Online. It was a launch title for the PS2. Was it a launch title? Regardless, that's a pretty obscure one that not even a lot of people know about. And from what I can tell, it was probably successful too. Rockstar has never made a bad game. But that's because they're one of the few developers that can afford to take years and years and millions of dollars to put out a game. But not every developer can do that, but they want to do that. So all these developers will spend way too much money on their game and then be surprised when they go into bankruptcy, because even when you spend that much money, you have to have way more sales. And unless you're GTA or Call of Duty, it's not happening, buddy. Like Helldivers 2 being as massive a success as it was a fluke.
Yeah, that could have gone downhill real fast. And it kind of did for a while.
Maybe a little bit. I don't know.
I did see I read the initial bit, but if you go down 2 paragraphs, they corrected themselves. 265 million. So they didn't even proofread their stuff.
Damn, they could have at least asked ChatGPT to fix it. Damn.
That's still quite a bit. Nearly over $250 million for a game at that time. That's a lot.
They made it back, but that's because they're Rockstar. They can afford to do that. But
they came out in 2013. Yep. So you think over 250 million. They released in 2013. Let's say 7 years? You go back 7 years in time, or at least 5. That's still a big fucking budget for potentially the early 2000s, or the mid to late 2000s. Fuck, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. They obviously made it back within 3 fucking days, but that's because that's Rockstar. Rockstar does not miss, but most companies aren't Rockstar. I don't think I can think of any other company that is Rockstar. Like, name me another company that in their entire legacy, which Rockstar has a long one, in their entire legacy has never had a flop. Almost every game studio, publisher, or just studio themselves have had at least one flop.
The closest Rockstar I think has had that I can think of is LA Noire.
Oh, I forgot that's another fucking Rockstar game that was different for them, and they still ended up knocking it out of the park.
It was, but having played a fair bit of it, you can kind of tell that. Hi, Bonzi. You can kind of tell that because of the massive crunch, like there's little things that just were off. They wouldn't fail. They weren't bad. They weren't game breaking, but there was just little details that were off in the design. And you can kind of tell that was because developers were tired, exhausted, burned out. Like they're not quite on their A game. And you saw, at least I saw a little bit of that in LA Noire.
Even when they took over Max Payne 3, which at that point had already had 2 titles in the series from Remedy, and they still somehow were successful with Max Payne 3, and people still regard it as a good game. So it's like Rockstar is one of the outliers of the entire gaming industry. So they can get away with having these big budgets and long development times, but most developers can't. So maybe these developers firstly need to start scaling their projects. That's why you can't charge $20, because you probably put way too many resources into the games in the first place.
Make your game cheaper then. Like it's a cop out, but if you're you have to charge like $30 or more, I would hope that your game has something in it that is warranted of $30 or $40. But if you've spent all of this money and you can't afford to charge $20, that's on you. Like, if your game is not going to be worth it, like that word is going to go around. Oh, I paid like $50 for this game and it was only 4 hours of gameplay or whatever. Like, that's going to come back to bite you.
I think that happened. I think it happened with the Order 1886 or whatever, or that launch title for the PS4, because they needed something as like a tech demo, and it was a very visually like stunning game. It had a cool concept. We talked about it on a previous TISM Thursday, But
Yeah, that's right.
a very stunning game in concept. But it was basically just a fucking demo for the PS4 or for the power of the PS4. And they charged a full $60 from what I remember of it. But you got like 4 or 5 hours of actual gameplay with a bunch of cutscenes. And it's like, yeah, it's a cool game. It has a cool concept, but there's no game. So it's not, you can't say it's worth $60 because you put a bunch of quality into it. It's not worth $60. It's only worth how much we say it is. That's why a lot of people don't buy games at release anymore. But most people are like, well, I want this game, but I don't want to pay $60 for it. Some people because they're cheap. Some people because like, well, this game's just not worth $60. It looks fun. I want to play it, but it's not worth coughing up $60 for. So I'll wait until it's cheaper. Goes on Steam Summer Sale.
Yep.
Maybe $30 it'll be worth it. Just depends. There's been a lot of games like that where it's like, yeah, I want to play it, but I think I'll wait. It's like that for Borderlands 3 right now. Do I want to play Borderlands 3? Sure.
You mean 4?
4, yeah, 4. Do I want to play it? Do I want to play 4? Yeah, but I don't want to pay $70 for it. On top of the fact that it has performance issues, which makes it even more of a hard buy. But just even without the performance issues, it's like, do I want to pay $70 for the game? No.
Nope.
It might have enough content, but it's just not worth $70 to me. There's not really a lot of games I would pay $70 for, to be completely honest.
There's a joke that Jay Bauman of RLM made. It was in regards to the remake of Ben-Hur. It was like $100 million to make that movie, and it like fucking flopped. You could make 100 $1 million movies, or in this case, you could make take the budget for some of these games and make X amount of games using that budget to make other games. You'll make money off of one of them if like just money is the goal. You'll make it. You'll absolutely make it. Or cut your budget back and make a really good quality game. Limit yourself. That's why Ryan Reynolds took a lower budget for Deadpool 3. He intentionally undercut the budget because he didn't want to be inflated.
Hell,
it worked.
You can argue that Helldivers 2 was so damn popular or successful partially because it was only $40. They're like, oh, it's not even a full price game. It's $40. For $40, I'll give it a try. If it was $60, it might have been. They might have been singing a different tune. Would it have still been popular? Maybe, but $40 before taxes, of course. But $40 looks a little bit easier to swallow. So a lot more people were willing to be like, okay, I don't really know about Helldivers because to be fair, the first Helldivers was pretty niche and small. And I'm pretty sure they thought Helldivers 2 was going to be the exact same. But people are like, $40? Okay, I'm interested. So they paid their $40 and like, wow, this game not only is good, but at $40, it's damn good. So the word spread. What's
interesting is I've made the argument several times that Starship Troopers and Helldivers 2 are pretty much identical. Like one has an identity, the other is trying to make its own identity. Starship Troopers Extermination is $30. So you've got a $10 difference of two games that are really neck and neck with each other in terms of what they are.
And as far as I know, Starship Troopers is not even a finished game. Isn't it early access?
Released. No, not anymore. It's full on release.
Well, it was an early access game.
It was, and it was cheaper, I think. If I recall, they were only charging like $20, I think, at the time. I could be wrong, but they've upped the price. But they are still adding shit, if I recall, because I follow the developer and I get updates and shit. So like they're still adding crap, and also they have like Casper Van Dien in the game. But yeah, you've got two games neck and neck, and one everyone knows about, the other not so much.
Yeah, the developers are like, I can't afford to give it away for free. Well, sorry to say, man.
Don't have to.
If you don't have to, but then you better deliver. That's really it. If you have to charge more, then well, that's fine. Make sure you best damn deliver on enough content to make up for that delta in price. Like, yeah, obviously,
Yeah.
Silk Song. I've seen Silk Song. It's not my kind of game, but I've seen what it's all about. You know, it has its certain audience, and it's obviously not it's not ambitious like some fucking Rockstar game. So it's not, you can't really compare the two. Obviously, not every game could be $20, because that's stupid to compare a 2D like platforming style game like Silk Song to, you know, fucking GTA,
Helldivers.
you know, or even Helldivers. But I don't know, just if they took 7 years to make it, and they still at the end of the day were able to only charge it $20, and probably worked out pretty well for them, because I mean, even if people weren't really like sold on like this style of game, they're probably like, well, it's $20. I mean, it's only $20. I mean, it's nothing worse than when you see a game on Steam Summer Sale. Why do you think the Steam Summer Sale is so successful? It's got me so many times. Now, not as bad as some people where they'll literally buy hundreds of dollars of games that they never play. But a lot of times you'll be like, you'll see a game, you'll be like, oh, it's $20. What's the worst that can happen? So they'll buy it.
And this was, I'm not even going to say this is a perfect storm, but this is a good timing on the developer, because they had a previous game that was already good and it was getting popular, and then 7 years later you have this game, and you probably, well, not you, but he probably sold it at a loss at first, hoping to make up for later on down the road, and absolutely did. If they sold it at a loss, but then, hey, they made millions of dollars in just 1 week's time, you didn't lose anything. Like, you made a gamble, but because you are experienced and you made a sequel to something that was already pretty damn good. Like, it took them, what was it, 5 years to make $1 million or something like that. Like, Smash JT had the numbers at some point. And then in 1 week's time of the sequel, you make a lot more money. You made a gamble and it fucking paid off. No one can complain about that. And if somebody does, fucking jealousy, and they can get fucked with the electronic dildo.
No, they can get fucked with this thing.
The Nimbus 2000,
Yeah.
yes. They can go fuck themselves.
The thick end of it. I just realized, why does this thing look like a goddamn RPG? You see this thing? It looks like an RPG. It literally looks like a goddamn curvy RPG. I'm about to load this up in my Al-Qaeda rocket.
It's the defects. It's the ones that never made it to the battlefield.
Yeah, it got a little bit bent. This is the part that would go into the tube. It got a little bit bent out of shape. Damn.
Yep.
Ain't that nice? Yeah, developers just being. I think we've made like a theme here near the latter half of this show, where it's like devs just being a little bit out of touch, whether it be an indie dev, or not indie dev alike. Y'all just gotta.
And usually,
no, you go ahead.
Go ahead. Usually, I defend indie devs. But every so often, a handful of them will step out of line, and I just look over and just be like, you fucking serious? You are the one that is struggling to get your game out, and you're going to do, like, there was a dev, it was during the Real Game Awards that, well, Smash JT was invited to be on, and they showcased a handful of games, and one of the was an indie developer. He like snubbed his nose. He got so offended that, oh, how dare my game be presented in this like fucking racist award show. It wasn't racist. It was by nerds for nerds. Like awarding the games that they felt were deserving. And all this other shit, like, well, what was one of them? Was Dragon Age, the Veil Guard, given a bunch of fucking awards, and people like, what the fuck is this shit?
Disgusting.
So these nerds had their own game award show, and they awarded the games they wanted. And one of the developers just like, I'm not fucking a part of this. And it was a developer that I actually had his game in my list. I need to go find this out now, who it was. But yeah, I took his fucking game off my list. Like, I'm not playing your game now. Like, you can get fucked. You're an indie developer? No, you sound like a AAA. You sound like a fucking AAA.
Yeah, good job. You just played yourself.
And it really surprises me when these indie devs who are struggling to get their game out there and try and make something back think that they have the clout to be able to just hand wave a situation in their favor. Like, no, you haven't made it yet. You have no say whatsoever. I've talked to many developers. Was talking to one just the other day, and usually these guys are pretty fucking humble. Like they don't want to piss anybody off. They just want to make their game because they're really passionate about it, and they want to make something that makes people happy. They're not in the position to just be like, I am righteous, thou, you shall suck my dick. They're not going to do the Todd Howard thing for the most part.
It just
Then you get
works.
these fuckers. It just works.
16 times the detail.
16 times the disappointment in dildos.
No, I would be.
Good night, Alan Jones.
I would be less disappointed if there was dildos. But I guess
I know, right?
that's just a running theme, man. So it starts with developers being fans of a old forgotten series and somehow screwing the pooch on I guess trying to revive their own franchise just by their own actions, and then studios not being able to grasp how one game could charge this while they can't charge that and still make profit. I don't know, man. Maybe some developers, maybe some developers just weren't meant to be developers.
There's no perfect system out there. Like you look at Tyler, who did Schedule 1, his game fucking blew up. And then the people who had a weed manufacturing game for years and years, they weren't as successful. Well, maybe the timing was off. Maybe Tyler just made his game a little bit more user-friendly. Who fucking knows? But it's not a perfect system out there. I'll probably make a game and release it, and fucking nobody will ever touch it because it might not be a catchy game. I might have made something that no one was interested in, but I was passionate about it. Does that mean that the system's out to get me? No. It means I need to make something that is cool and that gets people's attention. And not everyone can do that, sadly. But if you're going to put yourself on the radar
a little bit of luck
as an ass, it's a little bit of luck. But if you're going to put yourself on the asshole spectrum and think that you're entitled to succeed, no. The internet will remind you. They will humble you. No.
Speaking of assholes, it's time for Reddit Roulette. Perfect segue.
I'm gonna go die now.
Speaking of assholes, we return back to Reddit Roulette and our favorite subreddit, Am I the Asshole, brought to you by Skytex and his jiggly butt cheeks.
I got nothing. No retort for that.
Did they change their icon recently? I guess they did. Now it has an H with a question mark.
Is that what I'm supposed to just?
Yes, a little bit of an exhale. Yeah, a little bit of, the little nose exhale, Anyways, am I the asshole for wanting to become an adult content influencer, porn star, even though my parents are against it? Why don't you just say porn star? Adult content influencer. Just say you want to suck dick for money. God damn, it's not that hard.
They might have tried that, and Reddit might have had a filter in there that blocked it.
Maybe. I'll give them the benefit of a doubt. But some people do try to actually change the wording so that it sounds less bad. Because adult content creator sounds a lot better than porn star. You know what I mean? It's the connotation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll be reviewing the Clam Slammer 9000.
Yeah, that would be my first thing if I became a porn star. All right, guys, what is up? It's Kami's asshole here, and today we're gonna review the Clam Slammer 9000. I don't have a clam, but I'm gonna shove it up my ass instead.
We're gonna substitute a clam for a starfish.
They don't call it a bussy for nothing. Let's go. 4 out of 5 made me come. All right. Anyways, I am 20 and currently in college. Oh, you're 20 and already? Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna gotta read the story. Lately, I've been considering quitting my part-time job and focusing on creating content online in the adult space. Just say you want to suck dick for money. Stop dancing around it. God, why is it bothering me so much? I feel like it could give me more income and independence. When I told my parents, they were very upset. They said that while I'm an adult and I can do what I want, they won't support me financially if I choose that path. Right now, they pay for my tuition, rent, and a lot of my expenses, so I basically have to do it all on my own. I feel like they don't trust me to make my own decisions, while they say they're just setting boundaries since they're funding my life. So am I the asshole?
Yeah.
I guess. Well, because your parents have no obligation to pay your tuition. That is a courtesy. People, if for any kids out there who think that they're entitled to their parents paying for anything once they're an adult, no, you're not entitled to that. Yes, parents should try to help their kids, but you're not entitled to it. You know what I mean? You're only entitled to 18 years. That's just how it is. My parents didn't buy me a car. My parents didn't pay for my college. They helped me how they could. I had to figure that shit out. So that's point number one. Point number two, you want to be a porn star. Just say you want to be a porn star. Stop with this adult content bullshit. You want to take it in the ass. They don't even say if they're a female or male. Maybe I'm guessing they're female. I don't know. But regardless,
I'm gonna roll the dice and say that they're a woman of some sort.
yeah. I mean, regardless,
Doesn't matter. It just says entitlement.
yeah. If your parents don't want you to fucking take dick on camera for money and they don't feel comfortable with that, which if I was a parent, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that either. You think any parent is like, oh yes, I'm with Stacy or Margaret. What is your kid doing these days? Oh yeah, Ashley. She's like, oh man, the other day she went on a business trip and took it in the ass from 5 guys. Oh.
Now, see, I have to play devil's advocate because I see where you're going. You're going worst case Brazers model. There are some scenarios where you can.
It's probably
essentially do
OnlyFans,
porn
okay?
without
Yes.
actually content.
It's probably
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, but still, the point matters. No parent, I don't think there's any parent out there that wants their kid to sell their body for money, even if that's putting out pictures of their titties, spraying their ass cheeks.
That I mean, look at the third paragraph there. They pay for tuition, rent, and a lot of my expenses. So basically, they want to do porn or review products and keep all of the money that they make for that to have their little spending money and have mommy and daddy foot the bill for everything else.
Well, another
what they're bitching about.
Another
right
point,
there.
and I think that this comment ends up going on that, but your parents sent you to college, you know, hopefully to ensure a better adult life. Now, obviously, I have my thoughts about how college is basically a fucking scam these days, but that's neither here nor there. The intent is to send you, they're willing to pay all this money, which is not fucking cheap. They're willing to pay all this money to hope that you can have a better future for yourself and hopefully better future for whatever family you end up having. And you want to essentially destroy your future. No matter what you fucking try to say about stigmatization of sex workers, blah, 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 it is what it is. It's going to destroy your future. They're paying all this fucking money, rent, tuition, expenses, because they want you to have a better life. And you want to do something that is going to objectively end up ruining your future, whether you like it or not. So
it's not just that. How many porn stars are out there that make it past age 33 that don't end up looking like they hit a wall?
That's
I can
true.
count them on one hand.
It's true. You're not wrong. I saw a video from a porn star. What is her name? Something Vox.
Don't ask me. I don't know.
Something Vox. I don't know. I liked her old content. Okay, very big fan. All right, she was very good looking, nice titties. Okay, I run upon her newer content. She has gotten fat. She has gotten tubby.
Skylar Vox?
Skylar Vox. Yeah, she's gotten tubby. And I was like, what the indie living hell happened to this girl? She went from thick to fucking Patrick Star tubby. Don't call me tubby. Like, she got fat. I'm like, ew, what happened to you? What? I can't jerk off to this. I'm gonna go watch the old content. That's what I do. Cause all I had to see was how fat she got. I was like, what the hell? You're supposed to be, I thought porn stars are supposed to keep themselves in good shape. What is this?
So I have
a quick buck. I mean, honestly, not only that, you've got to break out to even get a surplus of cash, and then you've got to be able to invest that wisely. Half of the people don't even do that.
Like Amaranth. Yeah. Amaranth is as much as I have problems with her and probably faking all that abuse shit, it's been shown that, at least as far as we can tell, she's taken a bunch of that hoe money, and she's actually, maybe I shouldn't say that, I'm on Twitch. Some of that fun girl money, and has invested it into other side businesses, one could say, in order to hopefully, when the wall gets hit and it's not a profitable way of life anymore, she can hopefully keep making money.
You've got to have something to fall back on. I mean, that's the biggest issue with a lot of these young kids, is they think, oh, I'm just going to do this and I'm going to make millions off of it and I'll be set for life. And it's like, no, you won't.
That's
fucking life
is
going to happen. You're going to hit the wall. Nobody keeps their looks forever. And those that do, again, you can count them on one hand. You know, chances are this gal isn't going to be one of them.
Yep, the law of averages is probably not going to happen for you, buddy. I like this comment because I read it a little bit ahead, and this is some good advice. This person says, don't do it. It will destroy your mental health, your self-worth, and most likely you're going to be making a few $100s a month off of it. You said you have tuition, which means you're in school, which will hinder your ability to make money through this even further. It's not quick cash. It is a full-time job, and you have to do it all alone. Advertising, networking, making content, editing content. Also, the money you have to put back into it for lingerie, toys, props, backgrounds, etc. And when taxes come, you have to pay in. Also, OnlyFans takes 20% of your earnings, so you're really only getting 60% of what you do end up making anyways. Just find a different job. ETA, I used to be a sex worker from 18 to 21, so no, I'm not bitter or against sex work. But from experience, I can tell you that if you're not prepared to make this your entire lifestyle, this is not the job for you. You will not have time for anything else if you want to be successful in this industry. Your life will be wake up, make porn, advertise yourself all day like a piece of bargain or ground chuck, maintain your physique, and go to bed unless you're Skylar Vox, you don't maintain your physique. Anyways, I'm still salty about that. And go to bed before waking up and doing it all again the next day. No days off, no vacations, no sick days, no time for anything else. You'll be exhausted mentally and physically. So if this is not something you are extremely passionate about, do not do it. This is not a get money quick scheme. There are thousands of other women doing this, and you need to compete with them. What makes you special enough that people will pick your page over anything that is worth the trouble? Are you ready to compromise your morals by doing things like dressing up as a child, getting abused during sex, pretending to fuck your in-laws? Porn is getting extreme, and if you're not ready to go that level of extreme, you're not going to make enough money. It's just the reality of the industry. It's why a lot of women leave, because it's painted as this easy money thing, but it's not. Now, if you can handle all that, go for it. But as someone who left that environment, I'm telling you, it's not all orgasms and cash. It's hard work. It's compromising your morality. It's being okay with the fact that you're selling yourself as an object. Please take this into consideration. And I have to give a round of applause to that comment right there.
That is one example. I have an example in which someone started OnlyFans and then transition into actual modeling, like legit modeling. And that person's name is Kendall K, who you might have known of a couple years ago. They were part of the meme of the stay-at-home girlfriend that some people like made fun of, because Kendall put out a video.
Trad
she was
girlfriend?
in an abusive relationship. No. No, this is a different scenario. Like Kendall K went through like a transformation. She started as an OnlyFans model and would actually be successful enough that she met this guy and was flown around in places like Dubai and whatnot.
Did she get shit on?
The guy, I don't know. I don't know.
She
I
went
can't
to
answer that.
She went to Dubai. It might have happened.
Well, the scenario was that she went to Dubai as part of the business arrangement that the boyfriend had. And I don't want to, not going to go too much into her biography, but the guy tried to sabotage her, literally tried to like corner her and essentially make her homeless because his family saw her as nothing but a fucking whore. And so he was going to like destroy her life, trying to cut off all her connections. Problem is, she already made more connections than he anticipated. So despite dropping her off somewhere in California with like nothing but fucking $20, she had enough connections through her own due diligence that she still does a little bit of OnlyFans, but she has become a regular legit model to where photographers and other organizations reach out to her and say, hey, we would like to hire you, do this thing, fly around. So she's one of the few examples, and I do say few because, yeah, it's like the fucking gold rush. OnlyFans is a gold rush right now, and maybe 10 to 5% are going to succeed. But Kendall is a success story where she started as OnlyFans and now is a pretty reputable model in the industry that she is in. But she's one person who, yeah, had to go through that bullshit, whorish nightmare of being considered a whore and a slut. And it almost destroyed her because someone actually tried to destroy her. Fucking boyfriend tried to ruin her life and make her homeless, but it didn't work because she was clever and she had enough forethought to make connections. Like the guy said, you had to make a lot of connections. So I have a caveat that's like, it has succeeded in one scenario, but that's one scenario.
Yeah.
So
I'm
torn.
How it's usually going to work is you're going to do this. You're not going to make any money, most likely, and you're going to possibly open yourself up to all kinds of ruination later in life because once it's on the internet, it's never off the internet.
Yeah.
Just ask some people. We won't bring them up, but I think y'all know who I'm referencing, who did some stuff
4chan.
Like that. Yeah, 4chan. But there are some people that we know who did some of that work, and it came to light recently. And while I'm not judging that, if you do it, it's going to get brought up again later. Now the levels of ruination it's going to do to your life can vary, but it can still be brought up. And are you really prepared for that to be brought up 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the line? I don't think you are.
Not only just that, it's the mental gymnastics that the women in this industry go through to be in the mindset to do this. It's been proven that they don't have a lasting relationship because they equate sex and being in a relationship to monetary transaction.
Yep, there's also that.
Yeah.
So it's just overall a soul-sucking thing. Stay in college. I know it sucks. You're not making a lot of money with your side job or whatever. It sucks. I get it. I've been in college. I didn't work while I was. I only worked on off seasons from college, but I've been there. It fucking sucks to be broke, but it'll teach you a thing or two.
I will agree that this person is the asshole for thinking that they want to make a lot of money now. No, unless you are affluent unless you're fucking like royalty or Elon Musk or you are born into money, you will be poor in your 20s. It's a law of fucking physics, damn near. You will not be rich unless you come out with a company in your 20s and you made $1 million in 1 year. Like, you're going to be poor.
Or you're extremely talented and in the right place at the right time. A lot of YouTubers are either we're in the right place at the right time on top of their extreme amount of talent. Like, shit, we look back at like the early years of like, I don't know, Markiplier, PewDiePie. Yeah, they're very talented, very entertaining guys, but they are at the right place at the right time. They both were making content that was not only not super popular at the time, because like horror let's plays were not like as big of a thing back in the days when they were doing it. So they're at the
No.
right place at the
Oh,
right
hell
time
no.
for a very fledgling market of horror let's plays. And on top of the fact that they're also very entertaining, it all just came together like a puzzle. And now look, Markiplier, PewDiePie is literally one of, like, I would say he's the biggest YouTuber, not counting fucking bullshit ass companies like T series or whatever. But he's basically the biggest single creator in the entire fucking world. And partially it was partially because of talent, partially because of luck. Same thing with Markiplier, one of the biggest well-known people in all of YouTube in content creation. Pretty much everybody knows his name. You get lucky, and I don't even know what age Markiplier was when he got popular. I'm pretty sure that he was in his late 20s.
No, early 20s.
Early 20s.
I was
Okay.
following him since I was following him. He was still technically in college going for a biomedical degree when I found him somewhere between 200 and 300,000 subscribers. So he was still going for college because he'd make little skits about like having to pass his finals or exams or something like that. But then like he blew up enough and he started making a lot of money. He said, fuck biomedical, which good on you, Mark. I worked with biomedical. That's a shit job. I think he's making much more of a difference now than he would have ever as a biomedical technician.
That's true, but not everybody's gonna turn out like that. So
especially
now.
now.
It's just one of those things. I understand where the OP is coming from. It sucks. Everybody wants to make money, man. But you're just gonna have to, I guess, settle with the fact that it's gonna take some time. You're most likely not gonna get on OnlyFans and make $1 million. It barely happens to any girls or guys for that matter, or whatever you identify as. It's most likely not going to happen to you. It's got way too many downsides. Your parents sent you to college for a fucking reason. Focus on college. Be poor. Learn to manage your money. It's a good life skill that you really fucking need. Trust me. I think I came out better being low on money in college because it helped me at least be able to ground myself a little bit. Like, I still live on ramen noodles and stuff because I don't want to spend money a lot of times. I'm not even kidding. I eat ramen. I've been eating ramen noodles the past couple days. I'm probably going to eat ramen noodles when I get off of here. And I don't care because it doesn't bother me
right now.
I eat it all the time and I still don't get tired of it. It's good shit. But yeah, you're not necessarily the asshole, but nobody's really the asshole. Your parents have every right to be like, no, we don't want this for you. We are paying for you to go to college, not to fucking show your titties. Like, so if you want to do it, go ahead and do it, but you're going to take the consequences of those actions. You're not entitled to anything. Your parents are not being assholes. They want what's best for you. And this is one of those times where I'm going to say they definitely are looking out for you because they probably can understand the writing on the wall. Like this person said down here who literally lived through it. They are telling you it is not all fucking, what was the great quote that they said? Orgasms and cash. It's not all orgasm. That is a fucking baller ass quote. Whoever this person is, I salute you. This was an actual intellectual comment on Reddit, and you barely ever fucking see that shit. So you're not the asshole, but your parents aren't either. Anyways, let's go on to the next one now. That was a good one.
That's going to be your motto for
I know.
for future
I'm
streams.
proud
It's
of
not-
my kids right now because my oldest is just starting college for finance, so you can go into
Nice.
finance.
Well, that
and-
actually might make some money. My degree was a fucking waste, but at least you.
and
least
the
your kid
younger
is-
one is likely going to go into engineering.
That also makes
Which
money.
kind? Which kind of engineering?
Not
Or maybe they haven't figured it out yet. But there's a lot of different engineering. Any one of them is going to be fantastic.
Wants to get hired by
Yeah,
Lockheed
he-
Martin. I
right,
think
right now he's like in woodworking 3.
I think my
'Cause he just keeps
think-
going into woodworking.
I think my roommate from college, the one by the time I was leaving, I think he actually was working at a lower position in college at Lockheed Martin. Now that I think about it.
And apparently they're making canoes in this class.
Ah,
Nice.
that's interesting. Another one from Am I the Asshole? Does it make me an a-hole for not flushing urinals. I'll read it, but I already think I got my answer. So my whole understanding is urinals aren't as bad as toilets in terms of water usage, but it still feels like a waste of water to use it. I figure someone else will use it after me and flush it then. So does anyone else share the sentiment, or is it just me? Just flush the damn urinal. Then the pee smell is gonna linger. Just flush it.
See, some of you have never been to Germany. There's some places in Germany where the entire like fucking building is waterless urinals, and yeah, it fucking smells. There's no water plumbed in. They have this like catch that supposedly it's to catch the urine but not allow the smell to emanate, but it's ammonia. It's gonna fucking emanate. So
Not just that, it's if you've got diabetes or anything like that, kidney disease, issues with your liver.
If you ate asparagus,
it's going to have a very nasty smell to it.
or like me who doesn't drink enough water, my shit look like Gatorade, bro.
On you. Take some iodine.
Tell Essentia to sponsor us. You drink it every goddamn stream, so we need a sponsorship. Essentia, whoever owns Essentia, sponsor the show. I promise we only talk about penises, ass, and cum every stream. Every stream.
That's gonna be on the promotion. On the proposal is. My content consists of co-hosting a show where we talk about piss, ass, and cum.
And shoving Harry Potter RPG things in our ass.
With a Harry Potter rocket propelled.
Yep.
A Reddit post about somebody putting beans on their Transformers. I will find a way to get down there and smack you upside the back of your head.
Get to it. I'll film it. A lot of the comments are obviously roasting a person because it's fucking gross. Like, who cares about saving water when you're at a public toilet anyways? Like, you think I care about saving water when I go to fucking 7-Eleven? No, I'll fucking flush it 10 times if I have to. Who the fuck cares? I don't even really care even at home. Like, no,
I'm sure that this person also takes the time to yell and scream at people for eating meat.
Oh, yeah. If this person cares that much about water where they'll leave their piss just so that somebody else can piss on top of their piss, therefore, now that one flush will save a little bit of water, is it really worth it? This is why the urinals smell so fucking bad. Pee does not smell good, especially if it lingers. And what if they don't have a toilet mint? What if there's not one of those toilet pucks?
Yeah.
It's even worse.
I thought of a scenario that would essentially make this person's logic even more pointless. And that is the luxury hotel industry, which, depending on the height of the hotel, has pumps that pump hot water to all floors, so that doesn't matter what floor you're on, you turn the hot water on and you instantly get hot water. You don't have to wait for like 2 minutes for the water to go up 10 stories. It's constantly wasting energy pumping hot water to all the pipes, because that's what you fucking pay for at some of these hotels. So like there's
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, this guy is the reason for automatic urinals.
Well, no. The reason for automatic toilets is probably for the people that. Well, I guess you. Well, actually, no. You just proved the point. Yeah, people that don't fucking flush. I'll go into a fucking stall and there's just a big ass fucking runny ass turd just sitting in the toilet. I'm like, you could have flushed that. I didn't need to see your goddamn war stories inside this toilet bowl right now. That's disgusting. What are you doing? Just flush. It takes 2 seconds. But just push the plunger down. Like, Jesus, mother of God. I don't want to see what you just let out.
Someone just put a douche in the urinal. Okay.
It's true. Skytex has a point. If they're really proud of it, they went to go get a
camera.
Oh,
yeah. But none of the turds I've seen, they shouldn't be proud of those. Those are fucking, I've let out better logs than that. What are they proud of? This ain't like Stan Marsh when he
Like,
made the
don't
world's
flush
biggest
this.
turd.
Jimmy Guinness must know.
Yeah, what next? You're gonna get out the poop knife and start cutting it up into pieces? Like, what are you doing?
There's poop knives? Is this a thing?
That's a whole rabbit hole you can go down. Women are proud of the things they give birth to. Yeah, I gave birth to a baby, a brown baby. I need to ask my girlfriend if she's been cheating on me. Lord, that's foul. Yeah, flush the fucking toilet. Go save the planet somewhere else, but not in the fucking washroom, man. Bathrooms, especially in public bathrooms, are already bad enough. Internal server error. I don't want an internal server error. I want my story. What are you doing? Why is it not pulling up? Let me copy it from one browser to the next.
You evidently haven't lost internet because you're still here.
Pull it faster.
I'm pulling. There we go. Anyways, am I the asshole for getting annoyed by a 14-year-old kid who won't stop going on about? We're moving on from that.
Clip that. Somebody fucking clip that. Please.
We're done here.
Oh, that's good.
We're done here. What is wrong with you?
It's beautiful.
How you find shit like that? Well, how is that even on Reddit? I would say it's very topical, but I'm not 14.
That's debatable.
That's fun. Hey, you know what? No, I want to read it. I want to see what.
No. 14 was what? 2 years ago for you?
Yes, totally. Well, then you guys are talking to a minor. That's going in the fucking Google Doc. I'm in this game design 101 class, and this one kid in there just doesn't understand social interaction. We get onto one subject and talk for half an hour. It's called autism. But when someone tries to say anything, he instantly cuts them off. Not only that, but he'll sometimes start singing in the middle of class. Oh, I hate those kids. Not to mention to the entire class. I really hate those kids too. While staring at his screen and not realizing how much everyone wants to die listening to him. It's really unbearable. There's other stuff, but this is the gist of it.
No, he's not the asshole.
He didn't even mention Battlefield in the actual body of the text.
Is there more?
I guess not.
No, there's not more.
How are you gonna mention Battlefield, but it's not even in the body of the text? 7 years ago, which Battlefield would that have been? 7 years ago.
Ginger Billy.
That would have been Battlefield 5. Ew, he was going on about Battlefield 5?
So I have a similar experience to something like this with the TISM people who focus on the thing that they want. When I was in music engineering, we were working on Pro Tools 8. That goes far way fucking back in terms of Pro Tools. We were learning on Mac. Yes, Pro Tools is on Windows, but we were learning on Mac. And it was typically accepted that if you had a question, ask it in regards to what do we do for the Mac? Every single fucking day for 3 goddamn months, at least. Like, this is multiple quarters, but for 3 goddamn months, this person asked, well, how would you do that in Windows? And a bunch of us talked about it. It's like, why does this guy keep talking about Windows? We're on Mac. Go figure it out in Windows. That's what the fucking help is for. Like, command is pretty much the same as control or something like that. But everything, like, he would talk, the instructor would talk about, like, cutting your waveform, or like splicing this together, or shifting this, channel to go here. Oh, how would you do that in Windows? And at a certain point, I think the instructor started to get like perturbed that, like, yeah, he'd have to then explain it and transfer it in Windows, but like, no, shut the fuck up. We're learning in Mac. It's a Mac class.
I had to use,
I get that.
I had to use Mac for the editing class in college, and only thing I really hated was the shitty mouse. They had like the typical like Apple mouse, the one that doesn't have separate click buttons and scroll wheel and stuff like that.
This bends.
Yeah, I hate that fucking mouse. That is a shitty ass mouse to use. Goddamn, not having a fucking scroll wheel. How are you not gonna give me a fucking scroll wheel? What the? Okay, whatever. That's the only thing.
The scroll wheel.
I guess not. Mac users cannot handle a scroll wheel. It's too advanced for them. But I just kind of dealt with it. I was just like, oh, well, I'm used to Windows, but okay, I'll figure
There's
it
a
out.
wheel, and you can click it. Oh my god!
In some mouses, you can collect left and right on the scroll wheel.
I had to learn. I felt like nerfed when I was working at Nike because they were like 70-80% Mac, everything else Windows and a little bit of Linux. But you'd have like Mac mice, Mac keyboards, obviously Mac laptops and computers. And yeah, I remember like trying to learn how to use the mouse. And then I would go home and then I would have to kind of relearn because I had more options on a like normal Windows style mouse and keyboard. And it's like, you're so nerfed with this fucking mouse. Cause yeah, it's just a rocker with this nub in the middle that's supposed to, it's a fucking nipple that's supposed to be like your scroll. And it's like, who the fuck invented this thing?
Steve, Billy, Bob Jobs.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, that mouse absolutely. That was the only part I didn't like about trying to edit on those Macs is that I was just like, man, this mouse fucking sucks, bro. I want my give me like literally anything else. Other than that, I mean, shit. Yeah, I don't know how to use Mac very well. I mean, still when I open my MacBook, I've gotten better. Because obviously, now that I own a MacBook, I had to learn Mac OS. And I was like, it's not too bad. If I have to search something up, I'll just search it up. Sometimes I'll just search up.
That's
what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say that's how you can get people to convert from Mac and from Apple. Would you rather have your women with nipples or without nipples? If you go the Mac route, they're without nipples.
Well, no, they do have a nipple on the mouse.
So they're Barbie.
Yep.
Now, unless you take the Barbie and you draw nipples on them. I totally did not do that. I did. I would never do such a thing. I would never beat off to a Barbie doll. That is unbecoming.
You would never beat a Barbie doll?
That is unbecoming.
Unbecoming. Oh boy.
Yep, very unbecoming. I think it was all the Reddit that Skytech sent. Yep, that's it. That's all. That's it. That's the only ass clapper 9000s that Skytech sent us. Unlike a Pipple doll, hey, we don't talk about the Pipple doll, okay?
I'm kind of disappointed by the battle. Like, you read the title and then clicked off. We had a good laugh and we went back. It's like, well, tell us more now. You fucking edged us to laughter and then you just disappoint us.
Yeah, there was nothing about Battlefield.
They need to have scrollable nipples.
They were focused more on the fact that he sings, which, to be fair, that's the most annoying part. I hate people that sing out loud, especially if they sing badly. Like, shut up. You're not going to be on American Idol. Well, if you do, you're going to be one of the people that gets clowned on by Simon O'Cal. And you're going to get laughed off the damn stage.
There's not a lot of Susan Boyles in the world that can like look like some old granny, but have absolute operatic voice. Doesn't happen often.
Yeah. Only thing worse than somebody that sings out loud is somebody who blares a Bluetooth speaker with shitty rap music through the hallways, and we had a lot of those in high school. He'd be like just blaring his goddamn Bluetooth shit. I'm like, bro, I don't want to listen to your goddamn, what would have been popular back then, XX Toshion or something like that. I don't fucking remember.
Oh, I went to Pound Town. That's the most obnoxious song.
I sing out loud all the time. I barely ever sing out loud. I think the last time I sung out loud was me and Bunny were singing out loud to Nickelback's Rockstar when it came on in the car while we were driving around. Cause we just had to.
Look up Porn Star Dancing.
What?
Porn Star Dancing? It has Chad Kroeger in it, and it's actually a pretty good.
Oh,
like
I was like, where are you going with that? It's like
it was a collaboration with some other artist, and like it's
dancing.
Fucking it snaps. It snaps good.
I am a stan for Chad Kroeger. That is a beautiful man. The only bad thing is he's Canadian. But we can put that
I'm
aside.
sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chad. His name is literally Chad. Chad Kroger. I don't even know if that's how you actually say his last name. I don't even think I've ever heard somebody
Yeah.
say his last name.
I think it's spelled exactly like Kroger.
No, it's
The
spelled a little
store.
bit different. I think it's got an I in it. It's not spelled like
Oh,
the
it does,
store.
okay.
Kroeger.
K-R. I know it's not spelled like the actual store. Speaking of, I still haven't gotten these damn joysticks for the Quest controllers. Haven't picked up the Quest 2 in a couple months. I picked up the Quest 3 for the first time like last night. Somehow my fucking trackers weren't completely dead. I played for like an hour, talked to random dumbasses in a random instance, and then I got off.
He got off. Yep.
I got
absolutely.
off. I definitely got off. All over my floor. My floor is still sticky and crusty.
His floors are now white.
They're growing mushrooms.
He's like his floors are the after effect of when like anime and drawers, they have to turn like blood into white. And there's that scene of like some anime where someone like got injured and they're laying on the floor, except it's now white and it just looks like they finished all of themselves.
All right. So I got the chorus queued up here.
Huh?
Oh.
Got what? See,
He's got the chorus for Porn Star Dancing queued up.
for porn star, that sounds like that would get me copyrighted.
Depends on how long.
Huh?
Huh?
Oh, you guys didn't hear any of it?
No.
Nope.
Really?
No.
Huh. This is one hell of a microphone.
I love TISM Thursday. Yeah, this is definitely a TISM
you,
Thursday. Welcome to the TISM.
It's now a trio. We're the trio of terror.
No, don't play AC/DC. I'll get banned instantly. AC/DC, if any of the members are dead, they'll come out of the grave personally just to come and beat my ass. I can hear your mic trying to play something, but no, it's gonna noise filter it.
Yeah,
Yep.
it does not want to pick up the speakers.
Technology.
That's interesting.
Anyways,
I learned that. Yeah.
I'm gonna put you back up
That's-
there.
That's neat. I thought, oh, I can't have my speakers playing because my microphone will pick it up. Apparently, my microphone just like, fuck you, speakers. I am gonna play what you're saying.
Yep. Don't make me pop in and play. Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah,
Let's
don't.
porn
Yeah, don't do
star
that.
dancing.
Anyways, I think that's about it. We've been going for about 4.5 hours. I think that's
Wow.
a well enough TISM
Yeah.
right there. We had everything from talking about sundown towns, vidya games, things in the asshole, weird game devs, and Chad Kroger. What a goddamn show. The range here.
Perfection.
We might not have the range
Perfection.
when it comes to singing, but we got the range when it comes to TISMs.
Yep.
What the heck is Jelly Roll? I don't think I want to know. I think I'm good. I don't think I want to know. So I think we're going to call it there for tonight, boys. I did have one other thing, but it's like 30 minutes long. So that's going to
Oh, wow.
push us a little bit too long into like 5-hour territory. And I'm already tired. My mouth actually starting to hurt.
There we go.
And I'm
That's
hungry. My stomach's been making noises. I don't think I've eaten today.
You son of a bitch.
Nobody's heard it. There's a link to the YouTube video.
Yes, go to that video. That is My Darkest Days. Oh, that's just the audio. The video is also pretty cool. Kind of. But yeah, that's a pretty damn good song.
I'll take
You
your
want the video too?
I'll-
God,
Oh, you don't
so
have to.
demanding.
Well,
But
okay,
it's the uncensored version.
that's okay. In exchange, we'll give you a 4K 120 frames per second HDR Dolby Vision video of beans being put into a transformer.
I will
With
kill
a-
you.
With HDR.
Yes. And
No, with RTX.
yes, RTX on. It will be ray traced beans.
I will brutally butcher you and everyone you care about.
In Minecraft,
We would
right?
find out that we would find out that Scaly's really the Bay Harbor Butcher.
He's
Oh
gonna
no. If I'm gonna do it, I'm going to make sure that I financially break you. And then after you're broken, I'm going to take out your family
This is kind of
and
kinky.
anyone that you've dated in the past and their relatives.
Why would I care about you killing my exes?
your
You'd be doing me a
pets.
favor. Hey, wait a minute.
And then when I'm finally ready, I'll sit there and poke you until you finally give up on life.
Hey, what is this you're sending me?
Oh.
This is a-
Wait, no, that's the wrong thing. Probably copy link. Probably terrible.
No, it's terrible.
It's terrible.
Look away, Scaly. Page unavailable. That's funny.
Come on,
I know
YouTube,
not
you can
to
do
click on
it.
anything that Skytext posts.
Yeah, it's not for you, Scaly. It's not.
This
for
is a
you at all.
shell. Barely even a shell. It's more like a
Things will
bowl,
make
really.
you sad in life.
It's
This is a shell.
Bumblebee.
it's so stupid.
Bumblebees.
So fucking stupid.
What are the comments? I can't believe Bumblebees is now Transformers canon.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Right,
Bumblebees.
There's this Somebody Doxed Me song that I made. You
Ah,
should play that
I'm
because
not-
it's funny.
that is pretty good.
I need to listen to that. But we're gonna get off of here for tonight. It is fucking almost 2 a.m. in my time. We've been going for about
Jeez.
4.5 hours. I'm hungry as hell, and my mouth hurts, and my ass
Damn.
hurts. But that's unrelated, regardless. Anyway, I'm gonna go order that Harry Potter thing for unrelated reasons. I'll
Research.
I'll be sure to check back with you guys. I'm also gonna pick up the Spider-Man TV game and the SpongeBob TV game. Look, for a review, don't worry about it. It just works, okay? 16 times the anal leakage. He needs beans and ew, I hate beans. Anyways, all right, guys, we're gonna get out of here for tonight. So thanks to everybody for
Yep.
dropping on by. I guess for the next probably couple shows might be me most likely alone because Karis is gonna be busy.
Yeah, work's calling me.
Yep, we're gonna go back to classic. Nobody to wrangle me, so be sure to tune in for that. But I thank you to everybody for dropping in for this TISM Thursday and joining into the dumb insanity that this show has been from beginning to end. And I'll probably be catching you guys for a stream of mine. I don't know, sometime this weekend maybe. I don't really know. Karis might be doing Pixel Talk. Maybe I'll drop in on that on Saturday or something.
Yeah.
So there's also that. So give Karis views, even though he gets more views than me. So, but give him more views, apparently.
I am the
I'll
voice
take 'em.
inside your head.
Thanks for joining, everyone.
Good. What's the word? A nice try. I took my meds today. Anyways, all right. I'll catch everybody later.
is
So you
someone
guys
in
all
English.
have a good night. Sleep well. All that good shit. And I'll catch you guys in a different stream. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Good
Good night.